Hi everyone, welcome to my channel, Realestate channel. How is everybody in the world today and night in your time? So today is April 28, 2024, 9 a.m. local time. And our subject for today is Passport Bros, not only for Passport Bros, this is for everyone. But I'm gonna address this more onto Passport Bros. Our subject is let's talk money and risk in the investment in real estate in other lands here in the Philippines. And of course, the with special participation of Frank Tate. So stay tuned for that, guys. So we're gonna wait for a few hours. So I'm just gonna do some a little weather forecast or so the precip is here. The weather is 40% precip, okay, and humidity is 68%. All right, and then wind 14 kilometer per hour. Okay, so it's just like the 32 Celsius. It's just like you feel that it's 41 heat index. Super init. Doubtful genius. Yeah, you are well, thank you for, for always tuning in and leave some few greetings. Thank you. So yeah, it's really hot. So today I just finished do my weekend grocery, or no, not grocery, weekend market. I went to Kadiwa market. So that's, yeah, you call that in the west or in the states is farmers market, because last year, so they moved the schedule, because last year that's every Monday. Now they move Sunday. So, and then the place that they were display their products, so they moved to the clubhouse. So it's quite cool there, because before they just go to they direct to the tennis court. So sometimes there's a lot of people play tennis or badminton, so they can't play, so they have to wait until 12, because they start the farmers market here 6 a.m. until 12. So there's a lot of people wants to play, especially now that weekend. So yeah, the admin decided to move in the clubhouse, because clubhouse is empty during Sunday. So they just only the clubhouse open for because the clubhouse there's a food that you can able to deliver, to order, or you can eat there Monday to Saturday, but Sunday it's their rest day, so it's empty. So that's they decided, the admin, to move on the clubhouse so that everyone can play tennis or badminton in the tennis court anytime they want. So let me play the music while I'm waiting my co-host. Co-host. I love the music here in StreamYard because it's really, I like acoustic. So yeah, well, I'm gonna load the volume. So there's a little background. Yeah, because it's quite yeah, it's I like the song. And of course, my background, I'm this is my this is Philippine flag. So I braid my hair. Oh, and then guys, this is the thing that I'm not really into go outside because oh my god, it's really hot. Even though I just, I woke up early in the morning around 5:30 because, I mentioned that the farmers market started at 6 a.m. So 6 a.m. I went there and you can really feel, even though it's early in the morning, the wind blows on your skin. It's warm. And I have a neighbors here, a doctor, and then when he's ready to go, to go to the farmers market, I already done, and then he asked me if there's a lot of people, and then I told her there's a few people there, and then he said maybe because of it's too hot, because the humidity now today at 9 a.m. 68%. So if it's not important, just stay in your house, cool yourself, especially for those elders that it's not really advisable that you're gonna go unless you have car. And not all here that they have car, because if you're gonna commute, unless you ride on the taxi, okay, and go to the mall. But if it's not, you ride on jeepney, oh my god, you're gonna pass out for that because it's really hot. Okay, so I'm gonna post my music because yeah, this is the topic that I want to share for those Western that wants to because there's so many things that you have to know first before you invest, like real estate investment. Is this is the number one that you have to look is is this a flood free, or is this near or far to the volcano, or is this the fault line? You have to aware that even though it's you're far from the volcano, but there's a certain area here that there's a it's prone for the fault line. Okay, and are you aware of having for those ones to for those ones to invest real estate here, insurance in your in your condo unit, and insurance in your house. So that's that's one thing. And also for those wants to have vacation for Airbnb, there's so many things that you have to know, because not all the pictures that they post online is same as actual. No, it's not. So you have to be careful that, because and we're gonna discuss that later about the things that the things that you want to know about how to find a good Airbnb, and some of the agreement, or you have to look the contract list. And of course you have to know also your rights, okay? Because some of the landlord, hi Bruce Davis, some of the landlord or Airbnb owner, they don't really care their tenants, as long as they get the money. They don't, because I have friends, he's from Ohio, and before he came here, he already booked, the Airbnb, and after, because he stay here for a while in Metro Manila and then go to Cebu, and then he found out that the Airbnb that he rented was so uncomfortable. There's a lot of bugs, and the air condition filter was so dirty. Hi sis Michiko, thank you for coming sis. And you know he talked to the owner, and then the owner don't really don't really care. You don't pay attention what the complaint he has. And then I told him, no, you have to move, because you have the right, to stay in a safe and comfortable place. So you can, you can't, you cannot, they cannot tell you that no, you can't move. So you have the right. So that's one thing, guys, that you have to be careful when go to Airbnb. Airbnb, you have to ask, the contract, and you have to read it. Okay, we have to read it. So that's happened. That's it's not that on a per se. Okay, that's facts that I tell you guys, because I know a lot of Western people coming here. They just go uh Airbnb, so you have to aware of the Airbnb uh place that you're pick, because not all as same as what they post online. Okay, and there's another vlogger also that after he booked that hotel, there's a spider. It makes me laugh, my gulay. So you have to be careful about that, guys. All right. So for those ones to join and share ideas in your opinion, all you have to do, just click on that link I already posted on my screen. So so hello. Oh, that's from Frank Tate. I hope more Western men come on today. Yeah, I hope. Yeah, for this, because this is very interesting topics, but I understand, Frank, that sometimes they're not really into that, because they more onto that. you know looking for things that they make themselves what do you call that, enjoy, what especially for those female blogger. So it's okay. So it's important that we share this information for those interested, and then for those who wants to know what's the risky investment that those Western people will encounter. Oh, Poots, hello. Good morning. I What time is there in Belgium? Afternoon or noon? Okay, so I'm gonna start while I'm waiting for my co-host. So okay, guys, so let's talk about the Airbnb. So because I know Poots, you already experience Airbnb. So I want to know. I refuse to miss this. Okay. So it's just like, what is your experience? What is your experience when you deal with, with the Airbnb? Is the landlord is very accommodating to you? Is the place is comfortable? Or it's worth it, the price that you paid for the that uh, time that you stay in Cebu. So that's very interesting. Okay, it's 3 a.m. Oh my God, 3 a.m. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah. So first, I'm gonna Airbnb, the landlord didn't connect the hot water, had to do it myself. Oh my God. Yeah, that's why I mentioned puts that for those first timer, in example, if you have girlfriend, to work for that, or to process that, the Airbnb. So once you come here, everything is okay, but you have to tell your girlfriend that you have to read the contract, because it's important also that you're comfortable with that place, is that it's the air condition is working good, and the the place, because the list of the utensils, or the things that, because sometimes you have to ask that, because here's the thing, that if you're not aware of that, and all of a sudden you use that, like example, the blender, and you're not aware of that, and you didn't check about that, and then all of a sudden, once you gonna use that, it's broken. Okay. And some landlord, they don't, they're not believe that, because they said, oh, we turn over the place, that it's in a good condition. So you have no choice, because you're not aware of the things that the contract. So you have to be careful about that, because I'm not saying all the landlords are like that, but some, they are, especially once you pay the full payment for that, how long you're gonna stay on that place. Yeah, that's okay. And the washing machine was broken, but it's all right. The landlord was friendly and apologized for the inconvenience. The overall price of the place included utilities. It had 3 aircon units. Well, for me, yeah, it's okay to be, to be friendly, but you have to look on the things that because it's part of it's a part of the payment that you pay for them. Okay, so we're not, for me, I'm not really accept that, because I also rent here. Okay, so before, I already we talk with the landlord, and there's a lot, things that, because we move here and my place is fully furnished. Okay, because we don't really want to buy stuff that you just started, you have to buy bit everything, but some of the things here we bought that And the first thing that me and Frank is the contract list. We read that, and then there's a part of the list there that the landlord tell us that they can come here anytime, that they can check the unit. And then wait a minute, because we read all about that, it's all about on the landlord's side. Okay, we don't really see the protection from from the tenant. It's all about for the protection of the owner. So we mentioned about her that we don't allow that. Okay, especially that we already paid. We don't allow that, that anytime they can come here without inform us, that anytime they can knock the door and go here. So we suggest to the landlord that instead of that, you have to put, we want you to put 1 week before you come here or check the unit, that if you need something to fix. Okay, so we want 1 week, because we don't want that all of a sudden we sleep in and somebody knocking the door. No, we don't. So yeah, she allowed, and she understand that we have the right also, because when we read the contract, it's all more protection from the owner. Okay, so we changed that and she agreed. Okay, and then hold on, guys. Good morning, Bruce. It's too early.
It's too early for what?
Too early to get up, because you said that time there is 3
No, no,
a.m.
no.
past.
It's evening here. It's 3 a.m. for puts.
Okay.
Yeah, not me.
So how are you, Bruce?
I'm doing, I'm doing actually really good. Um, I just wanted to say one thing, and then if it's okay, I wanted to say the puts.
Mm.
Um, Put said something. You were there. You were there this morning on Icy's. But Put said like, like it's what was it exact? Like dealing, like dealing with certain people. Anyways, he said it's like it's like life is too short. So I just wanted to say to him that that was that was excellent, and like I always try to think about that, when things happen. So I just appreciate that he said that, because I think a lot of us, including myself, I can only speak for me. I've got to think a lot more better, to help myself. So I just wanted to say that. So thank you, Puts. I appreciate that.
Hi, Manny. Thank you for coming, Manny. Yeah, it's just like, if there's something that, it's, you don't have, there's things that you can do to make yourself, better or productive. Why not? Because, Puts mentioned that life is too short. We never know what's gonna happen next day, next week, or next month, or sometimes it suddenly, happen, and you don't expect things that it happen in your life. So if
Well,
there's a
even
chance,
including yourself too. All right, you
yeah,
like yourself and like Frank, like people, like you got the Airbnb thing. People really need to listen, like especially somebody that's was born and raised in the Philippines, because Lily is only trying to say, hey, listen, like you do have some rules for yourself that you can have. You got she's just trying to help you, just like she would help
yeah,
me or anybody, to
yeah,
focus on making a good choice where you're gonna feel comfortable to stay.
yeah.
She's really got like this is a smart lady here. And Frank is a very intelligent, smart man. And all these people are trying to do is just help give us info so we don't make these bad mistakes. That's what I
Yeah.
appreciate about her is that you're helpful, and that goes for all really the Filipinos, but you especially have done and went beyond for me, and which I appreciate. And as soon as I get there, I got a surprise for you and Frank.
Well, I don't know. Well, that's my personality. That's my personality, Bruce. That I know that if the person is deserve my help, I'm really I'm very open to help the person. Okay. Oh, conservative coffee. Hello. Thank you for coming.
Hello, Miss Manny.
So yeah, that's that's my well, it's just like I want also some people that
Right, sure.
I want them to be happy, because
No, I understand that,
everyone
but that's a lot of.
everyone deserve.
But I think like the good info that you whatever if it's from like an Airbnb they're talking about,
Yeah,
to feeling safe in places, to like people can say like, well, it's boring to hear about relationships all the time, but if you listen to these ladies, they're married already, majority of them, or they have somebody that eventually they're going to get married to. You listen to them because they know, and all you can do is like, well, take the info in and then process
yeah.
it little by little. That's what I do. I try to process little by little so I don't get
Hmm.
overwhelmed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Because well, it's just like my intention for this kind of show is just like to give information as so that people must aware if ever that it happens to them and they know how to deal with that kind of situation.
So
So
what do you tell somebody that okay, so here's a question for you, and people in the audience can obviously, what do you tell somebody that's wanting to look for something like you were talking earlier, the air condition was dirty, and that
yes,
is what would you call that? That is a serious thing. With if an air condition is dirty and that gets out, you're probably capable of getting sick,
yeah,
from the
yeah.
dirt.
And well, there's so many, I know there's so many Western men encounter that, but I have two friends that they encounter that, that they experience that, but it's just like when I know that my friend that he has undergo that when he went to Cebu, I told him no, talk to the landlord, and if she don't listen, then leave because you
Right.
have the right, you have the right. So what's wrong with your computer, Frank?
Well, what's wrong with computer, Frank?
His computer is slow.
Frank said he was singing. I thought.
So yeah, because us, what bros us, when because I've been through a lot of units that I'm checking. Okay, so I'm not really comfortable because me, I experience also that some of the owners, they don't really care about the place. It's just like important to them is to lease that, and they don't really care about people will live there. Okay, so the it takes a while. I found this place, and of course I'm aware of the contract. So me and Frank, we read that, and that's one thing that when we read, it's all, oh my god, this kind of contract is more on the protection of the owner, not the tenant. So there's a
Right.
part of there part of there that me and Frank talked to her, that especially that she mentioned in one of the contract, that if they want to fix or check something here in in the unit, they can go. But we told her that no, we don't allow that anytime you can go there. So you have to give us, prayer time, to get here, or we suggest that 1 week, 1 week before that. So, and then she realized, yeah, we have the right. So, she changed that contract for us.
So I was gonna ask, puts in I think Manny's still in the chat. So when you guys had got your place, did you guys check over it, or did you just order it? I mean, did you just do it online, puts, without looking?
So yeah, I think Manny, because she's can answer that, because I think she's the one who
Oh, she's the one
managed that. Yeah.
she's the one that did that. Yeah, that's, I think you should always look. I mean, that's just me personally, because if you get something, I mean, I mean, it's different. Like if you're doing a hotel, you get a hotel, whatever. Like they can obviously move you to another room if something's wrong, but if in Airbnb, like, that's different. So I don't know how that works. No.
Well, it's just
Um,
like, Bruce, it's just like the same with the rent, but the only thing is just like, the short term of period. But I think the contract is the same. So, because the Airbnb is just like fully furnished. So the only difference is like, the time that you stay. Unlike here that, we have contract, the contract here, it's 1 year. So after the 1 year, so we just continue that. Okay. But Airbnb, that's a time of short time of stay, like a month, 2 months. So approximately is just like 6 months.
I mean, I've seen people here uh, that got Airbnbs in like Tennessee, wherever they would travel off to, wherever. And I personally don't know how some of these people could pay for some of them, because these places that they were actually renting out were like, I mean, like, for like people that were like really rich, like, you're talking about like 5 to 8 bedrooms. I know a friend of mine did, like they all pitched in, but like, but you wouldn't think that something that is either brand new would have like so many different problems. And I know that my friend said that he ran into a couple of them. And when he was in Tennessee, the place was good. But when he went down to Florida, there was like water coming in a place, and the people just like, oh well, who cares? Like, fix it yourself, or you can leave. And I don't understand why somebody that owns the place that wants to rent it to make extra money, why they wouldn't send somebody to try to fix that. What if pipes break? What are you going to do? What if something happens? What if the shower or something erupts? Like, people don't, they don't. It seems like people don't care. Here, rent it if you want it, and so I can just make my money. And I don't want to go to places like that.
Oh yeah, that's you don't, because that's
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 what you hear.
yeah,
Have you been to the U.S. Really, by chance? Have you been with Frank to the U.S.?
not
Oh,
yet.
wait a minute. No, I don't think you have yet. That's right. You were trying to get your.
Yeah,
That's right.
we tried to get the visa, but they turned me
That's right.
down.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I totally. I'm sorry. I forgot. And Frank can tell you the same thing. Where he's from. Uh, there's good. There's bad. But I think a lot of us, like, okay, we want to go here to where, like, we want to go over there, and we forget that sometimes we forget, like, okay, I'm just going to get this place without looking. And then when you get there, next thing you know, like, every single kind of little problems happen. There's spiders,
Hmm.
there's whatever, there's beetles running around, you know what I mean? And they're like, I don't like this.
Yeah. So that's, that's one thing that I mentioned also, that before that, because you don't really believe, because the picture that they post online is not the same as the actual look. So there's so many things that happen, that also puts mention on Facebook. I don't really go on Facebook, because there's so many cases that they doing Airbnb is a
Slumbers.
scam. I have friends, they she scammed, and she went to that place, okay, and then when she asked about the security, and there's a name that book, and then we don't know her name.
Oh no, see
So
that's not good. That is not good, Miss Tate. Not at all. You can't trust somebody
so
if they're not going to give you your name. That's
yeah,
that's a little scary.
yeah, and then good thing that on that place that she went there. There's a extra, there's a available place that they can stay, because she went there nighttime. So I thought that that the person that she contact on the Facebook is legit, but she just scam. Good thing that she just deposit about 2,500.
I talked to a couple of people because I was looking at the time. What was it, like a month or so back? And this guy was like, he was like really helpful, and then he basically said, he's like, well, he says, either take it without seeing it, or I'll give it to somebody else. He's like, and he was trying to tell me like he had it lined up, all right. But the funny thing is, I said, well, I'll contact you, you guys back. And I ended up talking to a lady, and there wasn't nobody looking for the place. So this guy was trying to just swindle me out of some money to get it, like, and I was like, so that's why I just said no, because if you're gonna lie I mean, like, what if I showed up there
Yeah.
paying it, and then they say, oh, sorry, we've already got somebody in here, like, you know what I mean? But yeah, like the guy seemed like really nice. He seemed helpful at first. I talked to him a couple times, and then it was like he was saying there was like all these people waiting for it, and come to find out there wasn't a single person.
Yeah, so that's and it happens also here, Bruce. You think that that's only in the States? It happened also. That's why I I warn in for those first timer, that don't, because there's so many cases that it happened. What's wrong, Frank? You cannot enter the dragon.
Frank.
And especially you have to aware of also that for get the Airbnb apartment, the like us, fully furnished, so all the list, okay, all the list, and then at the bottom of the contract, it tells there that all the units in good condition, everything. But me, I don't believe that. So what I did, I before I signed, I told to to the landlord that you give me a few days, to check all the list, because I want to check, because like it happens that some of the uh appliances is not working. So I have to check that, and I have to take a video or a picture for that. And then some of the list of the plates, the small, I have to count that, because sometimes they miss it. So I just inform her that the pieces of this is not right. So you
Right.
have to be aware that, because or else all the things that they write it. So you have to pay that. If you want to move to the other places, you have to pay that. You have to pay that, whether whether you did not use that, or so they're gonna they're gonna uh charge for your, because we have 2 months deposits and 1 month advance. So your money that you deposit, the 2 months advance in 1 month deposit, you cannot really get that the whole, because what they do is, just like if you have something break, or damage, they will deduct on that, the deposit that you gave to them. So here we're very careful about things that uh we want to put something, we ask permission to her first. Because if it's not, if there's something that it's they don't look right, they're gonna charge on you. So that's one thing that we must, for those people, they aware of that, because some of the landlord is very tricky, Bruce. They're not
I don't
telling the
know.
truth. So if
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
not aware of checking stuff that they write it down, so you're gonna believe that, but no, you don't have to trust that. You have to read it and check.
I don't know.
Okay,
You got to. Yeah.
yeah, okay. Let me read this from Poots. Money did walk through the went over and everything with the landlord. That works. What's broken that needs
Mhm.
to caution about. And number one is, and also, because I watch also some, some bloggers that, they went to the place and they complain about the noise. Okay, so for those, aware of the location, if you want a quiet place, you have to aware of the location. If that Airbnb, it's near to the mall, it's near to the school, it's near to the, to the bar. Of course, if it's near to the bar, you cannot really expect that, you have a quiet night. So aware of the location that you are gonna stay. If
Yeah.
it's
I
that,
mean, that's
yeah.
a big time. You're gonna go all the way there, okay, knowing knowing that if you're going to be in an area like we'll just say like where Puts and Manny were, right, like a
Mm,
neighborhood like type thing, all right, if next door, all right, has got which I just seen one the other day, a guy had a house where he had roosters. Okay. So if you're going to say, okay, this is cheap, I can get this for, $170 to $200.
mm,
You better realize next door is a bunch of roosters, and they're going to go off, and they're going to go off for a
yeah.
while, in the morning, because that's what roosters do, and they'll
Yeah.
do it towards the end of the evening. If you're going to say, well, I want something quiet, well, you need to research. Like, make sure you
Mm-hmm.
research. Make sure you have
Yeah.
somebody that's there that can go check it out. If you don't have anybody to check it out, your best bet is to get yourself a hotel for a couple of nights. And when you get there, then you can go yourself and look. You can read the rules. You can get the rules and research that for the person that's renting, as a
Yeah.
foreigner.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you're not really, if you don't really, if you don't, the noise that you will hear, it really bothers you, then it's okay. But for those people that very sensitive when it comes to noise, so you have to know the location. And also for those ones to okay, this is for for renting the condo, or Airbnb, you have to know the know of the pickup of the trash. And this
Oh
is
yeah.
is your unit, it's near to the trust room, or because you don't want, when you open the door, you don't really want that all the smell from the trash room, it will goes on your unit, so you have to aware also of that.
So if they don't have garbages, like, okay, instance, my friend Dave from he's been in Thailand for 11 years, and he tells people when you're out and about in the market or going places, there is no garbage,
Yeah.
and you'll see people, and if you get caught, and I'm sure just like there, probably, if you get caught littering or something, a cop catches you, you're probably going to get in trouble for it, or you're going to have to pay up some money, whatever it is. Um, and he said that his son, they was out with his son, and he had bought him a juice, and he was done, and his kid threw the juice, right, threw it
Oh,
towards a store, and the police officer had seen him, stopped him, and told him, "Your son just did this. Pick that up." And he says, "If I can't," he says, "You better teach your kid next time." That's what he told him. He said, "You better teach your kid next time. You don't throw." He says, "This is a business here. This isn't a garbage." And he told him, his son's just like 5 years old, doesn't probably understand, but his son did that. He told him no, not to do that. But him as a foreigner was that close of getting, a big fine, like right there. And he said this can happen. He says, "Don't lay your trash." He said, "If you get something, bring a bag or something with you, whatever, throw it in the bag, whatever. If But yeah, that's what he said. His own kid threw a juice bottle and almost cost him whatever it would have cost. It's that simple. Like, when we pick
yeah.
places, it's no different. If you don't care about noise, then check the place you're going to rent at. If you care about noise, then research places that you think might be quieter.
Precisely. So yeah, that's one thing that I really want to share about that. Okay, and then next is
Uh-huh.
once you're ready to moving. So keep all the proofs. Okay, the contract,
Yeah.
the money that you
Keep
pay, because
copies.
yeah, the money that you pay here. But yeah, that's all the
Can
proofs.
you get
Keep it.
copies? I'm sorry,
Huh?
Lily. I'm sorry, Lily. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Will they allow you to get copies, or maybe take the papers, or you look over and sign?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because if in case that there's something wrong, you have proof to show. If something, it's something happened. If the landlord will refuse. There's so many cases that they refuse to do that. But once shown the proof, they agree. So important, once you're moving, you have to show all the payments, even though Airbnb, bros, the
Right.
payment. Okay, you always you do a screenshot, or do a video, or the sign of things. It's important because in court they allow that as a part of evidence. So that's important, that you can do.
And what is it? Conservative Coffee brought up point is foreigners, and I agree with this. Foreigners need to adjust. Okay, if you're going to go over there and expect everything to be the same, it's not going to be the same. Um, and that goes for anybody that's with you. You're going to need to listen to your friends that are from there. You're going to listen to your girlfriends or whatever. You're going to have to listen and understand. If you don't adjust, all you're going to do is just make your life rougher. It's going to be worse
Hmm.
for it. Then you're going to go, damn, why did I move? But if you adjust and you take it one day at a time, and you get to understand, then yeah, it shouldn't be no problem. Like people like conservative coffee shouldn't have to tell people you need to adjust. You should understand that. That's logical. You're going to go 8,000, 13,000 miles away. You better adjust and you better think. If you don't like noise,
Yeah. Well, it's just like, vice versa, bros. Like if you come in here, if you meet some Filipina, they have also adjust on you. And same thing, you're gonna adjust on her as well. So that not only the foreign people will adjust, also the person that you visit, he or she's adjust also.
you're right. You're right.
But the
Miss
big
Tate.
adjustment came from Western people, because like I said, especially now that the weather, especially for those Western men came from a cold states, or in Europe, so they have to adjust way more than Filipino.
No, that's true. Okay. I mean, conservative coffee, as long as the foreigner adjusts, okay, like whatever, if he's with his Filipino whatever married girlfriend whatever, as long as he adjusts to her, like Lily saying, then he'll get pampered. But you're not going to get pampered out in the street. You're not going to get pampered at a restaurant. You're not going to get, oh, let me get it fast. Okay. If you don't have patience, and Miss Tate here can tell you, Frank can tell you as a foreigner, probably conservative coffee can tell you, Puts, he was just there not too long ago. He can tell you things don't work fast. And if you can't adjust, it's only gonna stress you out and hurt you at the place that you want to be at.
Actually, I agree with that. Put said that province life is DIY. Yeah, especially for those Western people. It's better to deal with the country girl, because they know everything. If life in the city, they know. If they stay in the province, they know everything.
True, true,
Frank,
true. Hey, Frank. Frank,
Frank,
come on, Frank. Come and sit down.
he's
Come sit
fixing
down,
his
Frank.
he's
Come on,
fixing
Frank.
his.
Come and sit down, man. Come sit next to your wife. Come and join this conversation, man. We need your advice, man. Come on, man. I'm up here. I'm up here for Lily because I felt bad that she's sitting by herself. But we need you here now, man. Come on, join the conversation.
Well, he's trying to fix his
Trying to fix his
laptop because
computer. Oh, I
yeah,
see.
he's
As soon as you
working
fix
he's
it, you'll be
working
on.
on it. Yeah, that's one thing that it's
Hey, Puts.
well,
Puts. Hey, do you want to come up on panel, man? You don't have to put your camera on. You can just come up and show the thing, man. Come and tell us your experience, man.
yeah. Oh, that
You
would
know,
be
we
good.
need more people that know. Like, what was your real thoughts when you first landed in there? Like, I don't know if conservative coffee's been to the Philippines, but I know that he
Conservative,
has.
you can join with me, conservative. Just
Yeah.
share your experience when you first time arrive here in the Philippines.
It's funny because I don't even I never followed this channel. This thing popped up on my feed, and what was it? Thailand had that Sokran thing, and this guy had been there when the like I think it was he got in like the first whatever it was the like day one of that, and he was like, man, I'm over this. He's like, I got so wet, and I'm sitting there thinking, you didn't have to go out. Like, I get it. People immediately want to get out once they go there. If they're not tired, they want to get out wherever, Philippines, wherever. But complaining about something that these countries they have certain holidays, and that's the big one. It's a New Year. you know, and complaining about getting wet. No, I wouldn't want to get wet either, but whatever, right? Hey, Frank.
Oh,
All right. You got it fixed. Sweet.
thank you, Frank.
Me in two separate areas.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep. Yes, sir.
All right, great. Let me get my speaker together now. Okay, you guys say something so I can make sure I can hear you right.
Yeah, you
I
can. I can hear
think,
you.
Okay, great. Um, I don't know what y'all was talking about because I was working so hard on this thing. But um, first advice I want to give everyone that comes over here to live: go and sit down and get yourself a lawyer. Okay, it'll only be a few hundred pesos or something like that just to sit down and talk with the lawyer and make him your lawyer, so that if you have any problems or you want to know anything, you've got someone that's going to be able to give you legal advice. Because most of us, we don't know the laws here. We don't know that we have protections, because most of the people that's vlogging will tell you, well, you have no rights here. Yes, you do. You do have rights. Okay. But you need to talk to a lawyer so that you can know exactly what your rights are, especially when it comes to leasing or buying a condo or a townhouse. Because if you're not married, you can't own land. So you have to know all of this type of stuff.
Yeah, don't make the mistake of trying to buy some land that because you can as a foreigner, and even if
Right.
the people let you do it, okay, and I'm sure probably 90% of them would probably do it, but when it comes down to it, you're not supposed to uh, until you're married, and it has to go into her name. So
Yeah.
you better think. Don't make a bad decision, because that could be something that could destroy you and send you back home.
And plus, also, that lawyer is going to tell you your rights and stuff when it comes to things between you and your wife, so that you will know. Because otherwise, you're not going to know. This way, you don't get taken by somebody.
yeah, that's
Does
right.
that make sense, fellas?
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Now, so you guys were talking about buying what, condos or living in Airbnbs, or what was it that you guys were on?
Yeah, we're talking about Airbnb and renting a condo. About
Okay.
the rights of the tenants and things that they need to know before they sign the contract.
Yeah, because you do have the right to put a line across anything that you don't like that's in the contract. And if the landlord does not want to go for it, then don't rent. Don't rent. Another thing, when it comes to getting ready to lease a place to stay, a lot of these landlords want these checks ahead of time, in which, in the United States, it's illegal for you to write predated checks. That's against the law in the United States. So it's going to rub you the wrong way here. Because I know it did for me. I was like, whoa, 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 hold on a minute. Are you trying to get me locked up? Trying to get me to write post-dated checks? But some landlords will take a wire transfer, but most here in Manila are asking for post-dated checks.
Well, I found a place, Frank, that takes a check, which you can't do. You will get locked up. Or they'll just to even think about that now that he brought that up, because I was sitting there thinking, man, you know what? I could mail out, and I'm sitting there thinking, no, 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 I can't do that. But they take they take a card, they'll take a card credit, or they'll take the cash, obviously, or
Yeah.
whatever
Now,
money order.
if you give them cash, okay,
Exactly.
take pictures of it. Take pictures of the transaction of you giving them that cash, so that when you
Right.
go into court, because remember, you're the expat, okay? And they have a tendency to want to go along with the Filipinos in the courts here. So you need to make sure that you have proof of everything. So that if you end up in court, you just lay out your receipts, lay out your proof to show that this person is lying.
Yeah, because when it comes to renting here, Frank, the majority of the owners they ask a local check. So for those Western people that they have girlfriend, it's better to deal with their girlfriend for that, because a lot of Western, they cannot have a bank account unless they have ACR card.
Yeah,
But it takes months, it takes 6 months before they allow foreign people to have a check account. It's not right away.
yeah. Because a lot of the landlords do not want to take foreign checks. They want you to have a bank account here in the Philippines.
Okay, come here, buddy.
So it's not same as in other countries or in the West, that the check is good, but here it's legal to use the post-dated check, especially when it comes to renting, even though for the payment. So they allow that.
And when it comes to who is the true property owner, okay, whoever you're dealing with, just like they may want to see your ID, you want to see their ID, and then you want to take a picture of them with that ID, so that you have proof of who you dealt with when you were renting or buying a property, just in case you're dealing with somebody that is not the real owner of the property. You want to have that for if you end up in court.
So yeah, you got to make sure you have cash. Is would be the best thing for anything. Take pictures, like Frank said, because in reality, like if if Frank or myself was to write a check, because we're American, if we write it a post-dated check, for one, my bank, and I'm sure his bank's not going to do it. I know mine won't. Mine's going to flag it, and ask a bunch of questions. And, you know, again, if the law gets a hold of that, you will go to jail. That's
Yeah.
100%. You will go to jail for doing that. It sounds stupid, but you know what? There's laws everywhere that are stupid. You know, you just can't break them. So
And you are
you gotta have money.
responsible for U.S. laws, even though you're in another country.
Exactly. Right. We could still get in trouble. Always cash. And now that Frank said taking pictures and stuff, you know, I didn't even think about that. But you know what? He's right. You know, if you land there, man, make sure you get a lawyer. Make sure, you know, again, whoever you have there, make sure they look at the place. Make sure they get the paperwork of the landlord and they can read it. They can tell you. They can even take pictures and show it to you. Whatever you can video, whatever you got to do. You can get it sent to your email so you can read it, because all it takes is Filipino person that you're renting to say that you did something wrong. Next thing you know, you're in court. Who are they going to believe? They're not going to believe the American guy.
That's right.
I'm going to write that down because I definitely don't want to
Because
get messed up with.
see, sometimes you'll come in and something will be wrong, and then they'll tell you that they'll fix it, and then they don't. And what are you going to do if you didn't take pictures of it to show this is what it was like? They could say you did it, that the apartment was perfect, and you didn't sign everything. Now you're responsible. So take pictures.
I'm telling you, my friend 11 years ago moved into Thailand before he met his wife. He had been talking to her and stuff, but he went into they were a government like type things. They were $100. They're still $100 today. But 11 years ago, he ended up signing something. Some stuff broke, and they said either you pay, or I'm gonna have the police there, and we're gonna have you thrown in jail. You know what? He himself, by missing something on the sheet, almost cost him 11 years ago. Almost cost him getting arrested. He talks about it here and there. He tries to inform people that want to go to places, just like what Lily and Frank are doing. Anybody wants to go to the Philippines. If we don't listen to this stuff and we make these mistakes, our friends are going to feel sorry. They're going to feel sorry for us, but they're going to also say, we told you, you didn't listen.
Yeah, because that's the thing on this channel. We could sit up and make everything fun and crack jokes and stuff like that, but that's not going to help people and all. So for the experiences that we know about, we want to share so that you don't make any mistakes, so that you're covered, so that you could walk away and say, I don't have to worry about this because you've got all of your proof. Now, I don't know how many of you guys intend to purchase condominiums or townhouses, or if you're married and want to build a house or whatever like that. But there's a few things that you need to know about those situations, especially like when it comes to condos. Now, I did hear Lily explaining about the trash and the smell of the trash, because a lot of these buildings, they don't have the chutes like they have in the States. I live in a high rise in the States, and we've got the garbage chute where the garbage goes downstairs into a dumpster and all. So the garbage does not stay on the floor. But in a lot of these buildings, they don't have those garbage chutes. So you do not want to be living next to the garbage room where everybody comes and sets the garbage and then have to wait until they come and take it out. Okay. Your apartment might end up being smelly. Uh, that may help you, being that you're right next to the garbage room. You might end up with a roach problem or insects always flying around. And if you're like me, I don't want nothing in my apartment that's not helping pay the rent.
That's right. That
Yeah.
garbage, man, all it's doing is stink it up, man. It ain't paying no rent.
um, and also with all of your contracts and stuff like that that you're going to get into. That's why I brought up in the beginning about the lawyer. You could always say, I want my lawyer to go over this before I sign it, and then take it to your lawyer and let your lawyer look at it and see if there's anything in there that could be a trap for you. They don't cost that much. The lawyers here, they don't charge a whole lot for stuff like that. And you end up becoming friends, okay, with those attorneys when you are willing to just come to them for advice and drop some money on them, and they really don't have to do too much work, just talk a little bit. They love that.
Okay, Frank. So, I'm gonna mention this about for those who wants to buy condo. It's just like you have also to know the location. If that location is near to a volcano, there's is that area is not flooded or flooded? Because here,
A floodplain.
because here in the Philippines, it's flooded, especially if there's a typhoon. So they have to know the location, and then the fault line, because we're surrounded so many volcanoes here. So it's not the thing that you're gonna invest real estate. There's so many things that it's gonna be risky for that. So, and then you have to look the place, especially the cost of that condo, because a lot of Western men fall for that. They spend about 18 million pesos for that two bedrooms apartment, and then a few years, and they ready to to sell that. The price, instead of the profit for that, they goes down, the price, because of the location. And then that building is already had another high rise building that they built. So that's uh they must aware of that kind of.
Yeah, that
Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
okay. That fault line thing is very important. Okay, especially if you're going to buy a townhouse or if you're going to have a house built, you need to know where those fault lines are. Because you do not want to build next to a fault line or on a fault line, because you're going to end up with a bunch of cracked walls and stuff like that. So sweetheart, don't you have that website for that app? For that is my house safe? I think that was the name of it, where you could check on the fault lines and stuff like that.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, the my apps, my home app, they can check on that so that they will know which part of Metro Manila or part of Visayas and Mindanao that is on the fault line area. So that's the app that they can check for that, for those who wants to invest real estate. So you have to check, the area, is that fault line free, or is that prone for fault line?
Because I know most expats, we have no idea of where the fault lines are at. And so when you're looking online or whatever like that to look for a house, and the house seems like such a great deal, it might be a great deal because it's on that damn fault line.
You know what? I seen a place last night, man. I was looking at, and this ain't no joke. Okay, and I put in furnished, and this thing came up for 100K, nothing in it. And it was a 2 bedroom. Okay,
Mm.
and I was sitting there thinking, like 100K if you paid that, if you got something like that. Okay, um, you could. I mean, obviously, if you could afford that, you could get a good amount. I don't know if you're going to get, maybe within a year's time, maybe you would probably get it. But I seen that, and I just felt to myself, I was like, it was like walking into like a school, like going into school or something in high school, man. It's just one straight hallway down. That's what it looked like. That's what it was. One straight hallway. And I'm sitting there thinking, where the hell's the bathroom and stuff at? Like, it didn't even show where the bathroom in it. It just showed one thing, and it showed 3 bedrooms. That was it. It was like a combined one straight room, and I was like, what the hell is this? Like, you know, if I'm gonna get something, I don't want something that's basically like an eye. I don't want that. You want to have something that is like that, but it connects maybe to a room, or it goes, whatever. But this was a straight as an eye, and it showed a room, like room here, and room here. All right, open room. Like I've never seen anything like it. It was weird. I wouldn't pay 100 grand for it, but that's just me.
I'm really against buying a condo,
Yeah, I'm not gonna
because
buy one.
yeah, because if that condo is anywhere near a fault line and there's a big, and there could be so much damage that's done to that building that you won't be able to afford the association fee for what it takes to fix the building. And you can lose your condo by not being able to pay that money. So that's why I'm against that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, really, if what we're going to do is we're going to build, because when I look at the prices of the homes that are being sold here, most of them are, let's say, cost double. Whatever it costs them to build it, they're charging double the price.
And don't forget, you even if you don't buy something like that, like, okay, you want to rent something like that, it's going to be double. Then they're going to nail you for all these little things, or they're going to tell you, like they do Lily and Frank here, you have to pay for a whole year. Okay, and if you're not going to stay for a whole year, what's the point?
Yeah,
You got to
and they
find
and they
something that's what's going to be in between your 30 to 6 month range. Don't buy it
and
for a
they got
year.
your checks. They got your checks for the whole year.
Oh, exactly. That's right. I don't know. I just don't think it's a good. I don't think it's a good wise idea. And I hear these old guys. Yeah, man, I just got done buying all, and I'm going. I mean, I hope the best for these people. I really do. All right, because it could be that the money that they end up getting is for the future of their younger wife. Uh, if she has if they have kids together, the kids, it's for the future, and I think that's fine. But I think Frank brings up a good point. He's not telling you don't do it. He's just saying, well, I wouldn't do it, and I have to agree with Frank. As much as you want to make money or something, or put more money in your pocket, that isn't the way to do it.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, because I've been doing a lot of searching and looking at different types of homes and stuff like that that they're selling, and where these developers are coming in and they're putting up these little cracker box houses, okay, and they want crazy money for them. Something that maybe should have cost maybe like 2 million pesos at the most, okay, and then they're trying to sell it for maybe 6 or 8 million pesos. It's ridiculous. Don't do that. That's your a lot of the stuff they're building for us as expats, okay, because they know we have money, okay. A lot of these places they know that the average Filipino cannot afford it. Okay, the average Filipino cannot pay 10 million pesos for a house. Not the average.
yeah,
So
Really,
they building
even
this
you can
stuff
bring
for
up
us.
uh, of things. Okay, like instance, you guys are going through the big heat wave like type stuff. Um, you could also bring up that there's water shortages going on, and I've been hearing people say, "Well, why can't I get any water anywhere?" Well, there's a water shortage in some areas. I don't know if it's in your area. I have no idea. But I have talked to people like this morning that said that their area is running out of water.
yeah. Particularly Bruce in Pampanga. So as of now, there's a part of Metro Manila that the water supply is limit only, because the dam that supply water here in Metro Manila is Angat Dam. So the water is almost in a critical stage. So that's they have to some of area in Metro Manila that there's a limit only the supply. And now we experience drought season, so it's a big problem for people in, like I said, in Pampanga, Nueva Ecija. That's farming area in Luzon. So now they have encountered drought. And it's okay if it's near to the irrigation, but even though the irrigation is limit only to release water from from the plants that they planted.
Something is on my mind, and I want to say this before I forget about it. I want most of us people from the West to understand that here in the Philippines, you're not gonna find. Well, it's hard to find a house with a basement. They don't build basements. And so even though they do have their big winds and stuff that comes and blows everything away, and in the states we build a basement. So if a tornado comes through, we go down into the basement to be safe. Most of the places here, you're not going to have a basement. And also, it's hard to find a place with a bathtub.
Did you say a bathtub?
Yes.
Oh
It's
man.
hard to find a house or an apartment with a bathtub.
Yeah. Well, you better get used to liking showers then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that's part of the house that I really miss. We don't have a bathtub, but we have a big toilet, but we don't have bathtub.
Well,
And
get yourself. Do they sell them kiddie pools? You can get yourself one of those kiddie pools, and you know what? I'll tell you something. You could heat up some hot water. I don't
You know
know.
what, Bruce?
Just
You know
listen.
what, Bruce? Frank almost bought me that. The what do you call that? The portable pool.
Portable tub. Oh, a portable little pool. Yeah, it's like kids, but listen, a grown adult can get in it and soak. Nothing wrong with that.
because that's something that I miss, like when you have aches and pains in your legs, because I'm getting old, okay? And a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
need a
times my
bathtub.
legs will be hurting, and I wish that I could go and sit down in a hot, in some hot water in a bathtub and just soak and let that heat, you know, relax your muscles and stuff like that. I can't do it.
And if you do find like places, man, that have, man, they're gonna, just like they do here, they're gonna charge you like an arm and a leg, man, just to have that bathtub.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
you got to think about that.
another another thing that is hard to find when you apartment hunting: a stove with an oven. If you like baked food and don't like eating fried food, then you're gonna have to buy you one of them air fryers or something, okay? Because finding an oven, you know, you're gonna have to look around. And
Listen, Dutch oven.
then the gas is like the little propane container. Okay, and you have it in the house up under the sink. Okay, it's not piped in like it is in the United States where it comes from the ground and it's always there. No, you could be in the middle of cooking and then run out of gas, and then you got to call, and it may take them hours to bring you some gas.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, by the way, Frank, before I forgot, I mentioned that, for renting a condo or Airbnb, make it sure, guys, that the contract that you sign is notarized. So that's important. If something that, there's a problem, the unit or, the Airbnb unit that you rented, you can shown that you have a contract that notarized, so you have the right to complain, and you have the right to file a case.
Yes,
Let me tell you, man. If you are living anywhere and have a Dutch oven pot or anything of that sort, and you decide you're gonna stay there and that's where you're gonna live the rest of your life, get that stuff sent to wherever you're gonna be at. I'm telling you, I would do this. Listen, I don't care if I have an oven. If it's allowed to in my yard to make a little fire or something, or heck, even a little hibachi, you can put or a barbecue grill, and you can put that pot on there, and you can bake. I mean, it's easy. It's easy to do it with, probably not a good idea since it's so dry there to build a fire. But if you had some kind of, where you could do that, you could do it, with Hell, you could do it with even a gas.
Actually,
You know.
Bruce, there's a part of building or condo here that we don't allow to do barbecue, especially here in my place. We don't allow to barbecue in the porch.
I see. Okay.
There's an area
Okay.
that that we can do barbecue.
Yeah, you're not allowed to just barbecue anywhere on the grass, anything like that. They have a little concrete area because they don't want you to set stuff on fire by mistake.
Well, if you have some kind of stove, electric or something, or a gas or whatever it is, if you have a Dutch oven, even I've done it. You know, uh, when it's pouring down rain, and I don't want to I've done it. Just I've made pizza. I've made biscuits with just even frying pans. So
Mhm.
just right on the stove. It's not hard. It just takes a little longer, and probably not the greatest all the time, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, but you can use your little electric grill or whatever like that on our porch. That's allowed, but you can't use a coal fired barbecue grill.
Yeah, especially if it's it's too smoky. It reminds me, Frank, that when I roast chicken and then it's smoky because of
Excuse me for laughing. I'm just remembering. Go ahead, sweetheart. Tell the story.
somebody's knocking the door. They think that there's a fire. And then I told him, no, I'm just roasting the chicken because chicken is too fat. The oil,
Grease.
the
Yeah.
green. So I just because everybody, uh, when I noticed why it's the security guards go around, our area and then do radio, oh, there's a smoke, but they cannot figure it out where's the smoke came. That's so ridiculous.
What is security? What do they think you were doing? Barbecuing in the house or something?
Yeah. And then I told him, no, I'm just roast the chicken. I'm not do barbecue because they go around in the porch. They can see there's no barbecue grill here.
Because we
Then
had opened up the door to let the smoke out towards the porch, and so it was coming out and going up into the air where everybody could see it, and they thought it was
I
funny.
mean, they let listen. My friend was doing he uploaded a live down at the market in Thailand where he's at, and this thing where they had the big things of soups and stuff that they were making, and they had this. Where it was at, they had this big it was the gas, that was cooking all this stuff, and it's right there, where if somebody lit a match or did something, the thing would all, I mean, it would seriously, like, you think about it, the gas, and it's big, and they're cooking three great big pots. Like, if somebody hit that thing would go up right out on the
Mm,
street. And the place, it's busy at nighttime in the markets. You guys know that, because the sun's
yeah,
not out, so they can get out and about and do their thing. If that's what I'm saying, I was like, who in their right mind would do this in the middle of traffic like this? But this is what we got to adjust to. We might think it's stupid, but we've got to adjust to it because there's a lot of things we'll never understand, and why are they doing it. You just have to just smile and say, okay, and move on your way. Don't ask them, don't complain about it, just move on your way, and get go. That's it.
I'm not trying to get off of the house thing, but I've got to tell you the funniest thing that I've ever seen since I've been here. Out of the building across from us, guys brought out a refrigerator and put it on the back of a 125cc motorcycle and took off with it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, what are they doing?
They don't have U-Hauls there. Remember that.
Yeah, everything is possible here in the Philippines, Frank.
Well, let me get back to the house thing. But I just had to say that being that we were talking about funny things, but that's the funniest thing I've ever seen. A
Oh,
whole
I would have loved to
refrigerator
see that.
to the 125cc bike and went on down the street.
Right down the street with it. See you later.
Yeah, it's just like, it makes me laugh that, Frank asked me, sweetheart, what is that? Is that a box? No, it's just a refrigerator, Frank. How they gonna? Because for me, I'm, it's common for me that, I saw that, they put a refrigerator at the back of 125cc motorbike, and sometimes they put washing machine on the back. And then he said a big problem. How they put? Okay, I told him, there's the only thing that they need is the, packing tape. They
Yeah,
cover all over the packing tape.
I
Put it at
wouldn't
the
do
back.
that with a Harley, man. I wouldn't even put a refrigerator on the back of a Harley. Okay, and this guy got it on the back of one of them little 125cc bikes, man. I'm like, oh yeah, I done seen everything now. But yeah,
Next
get
thing you
back
know,
to the house.
they'll be putting houses, man. You wait, they'll be taking condos and putting them on these bikes and running off like. Oh wow, it's hilarious. You're just amazed what you see for sure. You got to be amazed.
Oh, geez.
Or the three people on a bike. How do you do that?
Oh, I've seen four.
Or four. That
Yes.
Yeah, that's
uh,
common here. They just put
pretty
something,
soon they're gonna be looking like the Beverly Hillbillies, man, going down the. People gonna be holding each other all the way up.
But I guess, man, if that's the only transportation that they have, they make do. I don't know how they make do, because there's no way I would ever try putting a refrigerator on the back of a motorcycle and going down the street.
Wow. A 125cc. Wow. You got to be joking.
You had to see that. Look, and I wish I had my phone or something for me to take a picture of it so I can show. Because I said, ain't nobody gonna believe this. Nobody's gonna believe me if I tell them what I just saw.
Oh, by the way, Frank, I forgot to mention also that, when it comes to renting a condo here, the parking slot is not include the rent. So you have to rent the parking slot separately. The only parking it's free is for motorbike.
Man,
And
they get you for everything, man.
yeah.
You are you
Park in
kidding?
your car.
You got a apartment condo type thing, and if you got a car or something, then you have to rent a spot. Like,
Yeah, it's
I'm
gonna
telling you,
cost
what
you at least. It's
I
gonna
can't
cost
even
you
say
at
it.
least $100 if
100.
you can get one. If you can get one. So that's the thing. If you're going to move into one of these condos and you got a car, you got to make sure you got somewhere to park your car. Otherwise, there's no need in moving in there. Because what are you going to do with your car? There's nowhere hardly on the street where you can park. It's not like in the United States where you can park on the side street and stuff like that. No. because they will come here and tow your car. If you don't
Right,
come
right.
out, they will take them and tow them.
Uh, puts it depends. It depends because here, the parking slot here, the cost is about 6,000 to 7,000 pesos. So how much is that in dollar? Oh, about,
That's over $100.
Well,
yeah,
what is it? 5,000 is 100. So what? Let's see. Six,
7,000,
seven. What is that? About 100. Let's see. What is that? About
150.
150. Yeah, something like that. 150.
Yeah,
150.
100
$160.
a
Jeez.
month, a month. So if you want to buy the slot, the cost of the slot of the parking here is 1.5 million
Pesos.
yeah,
So
pesos.
So
that's
yeah, 100.
what,
a
about
hundred and
30
fifty
about
dollars.
$30,000 that you have
So
to
yeah,
pay.
30,000. Jeez.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
the
your best
only
bet is to not even
slot
get
is
a
for
car.
motorbike. That's why Frank bought the motorbike.
Right.
And
Your
just
best
think,
bet is
if
to get
if
yourself a
you
scooter, man. Unless you have a house to put it in, or that's the only reason I think somebody would get a car.
if
Um,
if you
I,
have land, you could
yeah.
build a house for 1.5 million pesos.
Yeah. So
Jeez.
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yep.
So me,
Anybody that doesn't know how they build, okay, like Frank was saying, they don't have basements. Okay, the majority of people do not have basements. All right, you see what they use, and then you'll understand because you see these guys that are actually building stuff that already have bought stuff, got the guys that are working. All right, it's nothing like where you're from puts of how they do it, or in the U.S. When they do it. Like everything is structured really good, you know. So
oh
when then you'll understand what Frank is saying. Like because it's not the most expensive stuff that they put on. So remember that, people.
yeah, and
If
in okay, the parking fee that I mentioned every month, and in every area is not the same. If you're gonna stay in BGC, the cost of parking monthly there is way more than the place where we stay. So
Yeah, it could be
if it's
$200 or more, right,
yeah,
Lily?
yeah, it's according the place where you stay. If it's a nice place that of course you will expect that the cost of rent on this parking or the condo is higher than other places.
because we're living in I guess you would say a middle class or upper middle class um, type area, but BGC is supposed to be high class, so
Yeah.
you're gonna pay way more.
Yeah, a place that I seen a couple months ago in BGC. They wanted between 45 and 72K. So if you got well, let's see, about 700 whatever, 705 or whatever, 700 whatever it is. I can't even think right now. Yeah. So if you you
And
know if
then
you got
thinking you
between seven and a
parking,
thousand, sure.
Yeah, it's not really, it's not for me, I don't really like, to stay in the condo because it's not really worth it. So, and then, if you're gonna buy that unit, and then by the time that, you really want to sell that or sold that, it's hard, it's hard to
who are you going to sell it to? You've
Yeah.
got to find some, probably an expat, to be able to sell it.
Yeah.
Well, they got them from 35, and then you're talking what they I think it's 7,500 for the rest of it, and then and that's what they're showing for what their recommendation of what electricity could be. Okay, you're not even thinking about the 200 extra. Okay, so if you're
Yeah.
Yeah.
paying 800 plus another 7,000, okay, that's another $170. Okay, so you got to figure out, like, is it good for the time you're gonna be where you can get everything? Sure. Is it good long distance? No, it's not good. That wouldn't be something that you would want to do long, because if you go 1 year, now you're talking 12 to 20. Okay, is now this is just what I was told yesterday. 12K to 20K. Okay, of deposits, and on top of that, plus what they say, the electricity and water. Okay,
Yeah.
so they're gonna gouge you. They're gonna gouge you for a couple $1,000s. And if you're okay
Because
with that, then do it. But
yeah,
if
they're
you're not, don't
building
do
this
it.
stuff. They're building these buildings for us to get our money because they want to charge us U.S. prices. Okay, and that's why I'm saying don't get suckered. You do better just building you a house.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, because we look for the place that like 7 million, and then the lot area is just like 72 square meter, too small. But if
Yeah,
you
and
buy, if you
yeah, for
have,
7 million pesos, you could build a fantastic house.
yeah,
Everybody, see, that's the thing is people want to jump to certain things real quick. Okay, I know that I learned quick, and I've obviously know people that have jumped, and I'm telling you, it's sad because Frank is telling you like 100% the truth. Okay, they don't care if you got the money, then they're gonna sell it to you one way or the other, rent it, whatever. They want your money, and if you're gonna pay high price, you better have somebody to make sure, all right, that everything's legit. Because if you get in there and all of a sudden one wrong thing is done and you get blamed after that first 30 days, and they're gonna say, I want my money, or I'm gonna be calling the police. Okay, and believe me, they're not gonna believe you. I don't care what you do. If you sign something that you signed, they're gonna tell you flat out, you either pay or you go to jail.
They're going
It's
yeah,
they're
against
not
the
playing with
foreigner.
you.
They're going to go against the foreigner.
And there's nothing wrong with, everybody says this. I've heard Lily say it. I've heard Frank say this. I've heard Put say this. Don't put your foot in your mouth. All right. Take your time. If you put your foot in your mouth, guess what's going to happen? You're going to eat everything that person that you're getting it from. And if you make one mistake, it's on you, because
yeah.
you didn't read. You didn't have somebody check. All right. Look,
Hmm.
Puts even had wife Manny look and observe and stuff. And the same thing, I'm sure Frank would do the same thing. Lily, I know, would go look, and I know Frank would go look. But these are people that already know. But if you don't know, they're just trying to say, okay, hey, listen, read, look, observe, think about what you're gonna do, because once you put the pen and paper, it's over. There ain't no lawyer there that's gonna save your butt.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you're not aware of these things that we discuss, you're gonna fucked up. Not only here in, not only here in the Philippines, but in other, other countries that
Other
you're gonna
countries
visit.
also.
Yeah. Oh, we don't know. Maybe it's worse. It's worse.
Well, that's why I said it's best. One of the first things that you could do is get you a lawyer, have you a lawyer, make friends with a lawyer, go sit down and talk and ask, can I come to you for this, that, and the other, and give him a few hundred pesos just for asking that question, and he's gonna look out for you.
Yeah.
Make
I'm gonna
friends.
be honest with you. I'm gonna pay the 35 plus. You know, like when it comes down to the water and that stuff. Okay, because I have somebody that's gonna go there a day. I mean, 2 days before I even get there. And they're gonna observe everything, and they're gonna look over it, and they're gonna show me stuff, and they're gonna tell me, and they're gonna send me pictures and everything. All right, just because they put pictures on there, uh, Lily, I think you even brought this up earlier. A picture you can't just because it's shown on the picture. You can't.
Yeah.
Just because it shows you, you have to have somebody there. I would say, hey, Lily or Frank, if you're there, please would you look at this and make sure this is legit. And I'm sure like if they could and they had time to do it, they'd say, sure, we'll look, we'll do. But that's what I mean, because they don't want us to get stuck. They're trying to help us so we can have a good time and enjoy and not have to worry about it. If something happens. Frank said, get a hold of somebody. Does a couple hundred pesos hurt you? No, it's not going to hurt you to find out. Take the paperwork with you if you don't understand.
Yeah. Because this is one thing that it triggers me, because not only one person, two Western people experience these things that they encountered. They expect that when they rent the place, they expect what they shown online, but is not what they think. When they go to the actual place, was so they freaking out about the place, that there's a spider. The toilet was so nasty. Oh my god. So yeah, this is a good thing that
No, it's
we
a valuable
discussed.
lesson, Lily.
Good.
Listen, it's
And
a valuable lesson even to me. Okay, that's why I say I might I learn quick, but I have to process little by little for me. Okay, so I don't get like I told you, so I don't get overwhelmed. Okay, like Frank, he's been saying it like nice and slow, how to think, so I can process it a little quicker because he's explaining it. Like he's not going like this. You're explaining it very, nice. But we're all learning. Puts is learning. I'm learning. And if we don't listen and learn, we're gonna get burnt, and it's gonna be on us because we didn't listen to our friends. We don't listen to people that are being honest and legit. All right, you guys are honest people. Puts is an honest person. Manny's an honest person. But like us that are not there, we've got to listen. We've got to listen to honest people. And I appreciate like that you guys do stuff like this, because I've been hearing a lot of blown up air. You know what I mean? And that's all I'm going to say, so I don't be disgusting on your channel. Hot air that's getting blown around, making it like, oh, it's such a fantasy. Blah, 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 blah. I don't want to hear it's going to be fantasies and rainbows, because we know that's not true.
Yeah.
that's like I've had a few people to tell me that I should do the consultation thing and how much money I can make uh,
You
doing
should,
that.
Frank.
But I don't want to do that. I'm not trying to make money. I mean, this is my wife's channel. I'm just the sidekick. Okay, but I don't mind coming on, sharing information that's going to help people. I'm not trying to make money. I just want her to be able to keep her channel up. She gets her little money to keep. so she could keep cooking stuff and buying stuff to cook to show people how to cook and stuff like that, and paying for her gas to do all of that and to pay for the lighting and all that kind of stuff. But so I'm not trying to. I got money. I'm not trying to get rich off of YouTube.
Don't forget now, Miss Tate. You're gonna cook me. You said if I come there, you're gonna cook me that dish you made. I love noodles.
Yeah, the pancit. Which
Yes,
one? Okay.
pancit.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, she has invited people to dinner before. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. If she tells you she's inviting you for dinner, you're welcome.
Well, we just want to try her cooking because she's sounds like a good cook because you're pretty happy. So that if you're happy, you definitely. I'm from the West. I'm gonna be happy.
Well, it's just like, if you watch, Average Man Unplugged, that, it makes me laugh every time he come here. And, the last time that he come here, I make him feel pregnant because the food that I cook for him, and, he eat a lot.
Yeah, check out his show, Average Man Unplugged. But yeah, he's came here a couple of times and broke bread with us, and it always leaves with a basket full of food, with a with a bounty.
So it's just like, he just, how can I, how can I finish this? So I punish him, to eat all the food that I cook for him. Well, actually, bros, that's a part of Filipino hospitality. It's just like common for Filipino that, especially if we invite you to come over, to have dinner with us.
Don't
So it's
refuse them,
part of,
people. If they invite you, you go. And if it's something you don't like, you eat it anyway. You just tell them you want a little bit, and you just take that little bit and you push it down, and don't complain about it because you don't want to be rude to the people. There's a lot
yeah.
of things. I'll tell you, if they offered me dry fish, I'm going to tell you something. I'm ready to puke. But guess what? I'm not going to complain about it. I'm going to say, I just want a little piece, and I will eat it. But yeah,
Yeah,
you got people got to
I'm,
understand that.
I'm gonna make sure that she doesn't make anything that might make you puke.
See, I couldn't eat at your house. I already look like a bowling ball over here already. I mean, I would be looking like Santa Claus before Christmas comes already. So happy.
Yeah. The good thing about Lily is she can make all different ethnic dishes. Okay, not just Filipino food. She can cook some Italian. She can cook some Chinese. She
Oh,
can cook some French. She can cook some American stuff. She's a cook. That's her profession.
she's
Hi,
good, man.
Bob.
Listen, I look at some of the dishes that like they say, hey, if you eat Western food, it's gonna cost you a lot more. But then you look at Lily, and she gets the stuff from the store, and you just sit here and go, I would have never ate that if somebody cooked it for me here. But then I watch her do it, and what she's doing, she's explaining it, and I'm going, you know what? Maybe I would because, like everybody's different. And obviously, she's used to cooking for you. So it's like, you don't got no complaints. So, like I told her, I've always been a noodle fan ever since I was a little kid, Lily. People would say, they would just even make noodles with me just to put cheese on it and whatever. It didn't matter. That listen, I grew up poor, but if somebody made me noodles, they knew. My dad, he knew when I was a little kid. If we didn't have meat, we had noodles. And my dad always made sure we had Parmesan cheese. We didn't have spaghetti sauce and all that kind of stuff, couldn't afford it. But my dad always had noodles, and I've always been a noodle fan. And I'm 45 right now, so I love it.
Well, Lily have cooked for Koreans, Chinese, Filipinos.
Mm. We need
She
puts. We need
go
Bob to
down
come over
the
for
list,
steak and
and
potato.
she knows menus for all of these different types of foods and desserts and cakes and pies and cookies. And I have to back up from the table, man. Look, I had gained like 60 pounds, and I had to back up from the table, man. It had got to where I was so heavy that my legs was hurting me when I was walking all the time. So I had to back up from the table and lose
Damn.
that weight, okay? Cause she'll sit there, man, and she'll make a spread, and then I would sit there and just because it would be good. So I would sit up and try to eat it all.
That's funny is any ones I've ever met, they'd say, well, you need to lose weight, but I will cook you all this stuff. And I'm going, how the hell am I going to lose weight when you're telling me to lose weight, but you want to make me about 50 pounds worth of food that I'm probably going to, get sick if I eat it.
Well, it's just like that thing to Francis, first time I saw him in the airport. Oh my God, he's so thin, tall and thin. Oh my God, first thing comes in my mind. Oh, he really needs me.
He needs that food, man, to start getting him
Yeah.
some weight. Yeah.
So, well, after 1 year, he complained that, sweetheart, don't feed me too much, because all his blue jeans is no longer fit on him.
Bruce, she had me where I couldn't even walk too far. Okay, my legs would start hurting because I was so much overweight. Okay, trying to kill me with food.
I'm, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's just like, in Filipino, especially bros, that, okay, there's a two slice of chicken left. We don't allow that. You have to finish that. We don't want to put that, keep that in the refrigerator. You have to finish that.
Oh
That's,
man,
that's, so I always,
Breakfast,
you can
lunch,
give me a heart attack.
dinner, snacks, dessert after dinner. Look, man, I was used to eating once or twice a day. Okay, I more or less ate when I felt hungry. Okay, and now I go into this thing with her where I've got to eat 3 times a day. Okay, they wake me up in the morning, breakfast is ready, and what you want and all that, and my plate full of stuff, and then a few hours later, bam, here's something again, here's lunch. Okay, a whole bunch of stuff, and I sit up and eat it. All right, then come dinner time, a whole bunch of stuff, okay, with dessert and stuff. And then I'm sitting up there, my belly's so big, okay, I'm waddling. I'm waddling as I'm walking, okay. Look, man, I had
Jeez.
my weight has always been around 150, 151. Okay. She had me up to like 170 something, almost 180.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, that was too much on my body.
but
Yeah,
now
that's
I start not to feed you, Frank. And like, because, when I saw him, Bruce, I'm just be honest, he's so thin. And then I just thinking that he don't eat. So it's just like for me, okay, I just ask, what do you want to eat? I always ask him, what do you want to eat? And the food that I cook is the food that he wants to eat. So that's, but now I just less, the food that I give to Frank, because I don't want him to had a hard time to walk.
Because
wow,
that
jeez.
was the first
I'm
thing
already
that
fat. I could just imagine if I stayed with you for 30 days. I may
well,
not
we'd
be able
have
to
to
get. I
roll
may not
you
get it out the
around.
front door. Talk about a bathtub. I may not even be able to fit in one of those ones. You want a bath? You better get a hose.
Now,
Oh,
let me
it's
tell you
good when you
this
have
though.
that. See, you're lucky, man. Like, I
Let me
understand,
tell
man. Like, because they're used to eating like huge meals, and us, we eat when we're hungry. We're
you,
not
yeah.
eating a breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But when you get with them, you're eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner, giving you snacks, whatever. Understand?
Let me tell you this though about keeping a Filipina happy. Okay, house full of food. Filipina is happy. So all you got to do, man, keep food in the house. House full of food. They just as happy as who knows what. I started to tell this joke, but it was a thing about gay people, but about being a gay guy in the army. You're as happy as a gay guy in the military, okay? And that's how they are if you keep food in the house. But you have to stop them from cooking it all up because they will cook it and cook it and cook it for you to eat and eat and eat. But it's
Yeah.
so happy to look in the refrigerator and to look in the cabinets and it's full of food. They feel like they're in heaven.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
food is life.
Well, it
Food is
is. It
life.
is. It is, Miss Tate. You're right. It is life, and you can even see some of these expats and they're Filipina. They're go to the grocery store, and I swear, like the Filipino wants to take not one cart, she wants to take two carts and fill them all up, and it's like it's good. It's a good feeling, that you can show them and prove to them, hey, I'm going to make sure that you have this, you know, because it's easier on you. But yeah, I've seen them. Like they're like a little kid when it comes down to them. And I don't care if they're the most mature woman in the world. When they get into a grocery store, they want to go for everything. So, but again, when you say you want this person for good, then you better expect, like Frank said, you're going to have to make sure everything is full in the house. And that means a refrigerator. Simple as that. If not, she's not going to be happy.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing that when it comes to food, I make sure that Frank is enjoy the food because it makes me happy also when I saw him that the food that I cook for him, he likes it and he enjoys it. So that's I'm good with that. I'm good with that to make him you know happy and enjoy the food that I cook for him.
He's
I've
happy because he gets to eat, and you're happy because you got a full thing of food in the house. Your cabinets, you got your canned stuff, and you got your freezer, and you got your refrigerator stuff. And you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And you make sure you have some gas in your car so you can get around to go get that food. So it all listen. It all works in the end. It works for everybody. All right, it makes you happy because you're stable. Because that's what Frank has said. This is what I'm going to do. For you, and that goes for anybody. Um, that is, obviously, you want to make sure the person's stable and that they're taken care of. They have a roof over their head. They have food. Uh, you know, um, whatever,
let
whatever,
me
whatever makes you both
let me tell
happy.
you this.
Something's working here.
Let me tell you this, Bruce. I have never heard like I have heard from women in the West. When I say, baby, can you make me, or will you fix me, or will you get me? I've never heard, MF, what's wrong with your legs? You crippled or something? Get up and get it yourself.
don't take this the wrong way, but this goes for all the women. But I know that I had a girlfriend that was mixed. She was black, white, and she had some Indian in her. And I remember like we stayed like at this place, just like hotel for like about a week. And I bought some stuff, and I asked her, could you make something? And she told me exact words. This is coming from a mixed woman, okay? And she told me, get yourself up, move your legs, and cook it yourself. And shut up. I don't want to hear anything. Well, like, whoa, wait a minute here. You know, I ain't never heard none of that kind of stuff until you started realizing that that's what the women do here. They do. And not all of them. I'm not saying all of them, Miss Tate. Not all.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
majority of them, they'll tell you get your butt up and do it.
Oh, Frank never heard that from me.
Because we don't have to ask you. You guys are going to have it made. If we
Yeah.
wake up, you're going to have coffee made, or you're going to make it. If you're going to have breakfast made like you do, so we don't have to ask you anything. You're just you're going to do it because it's your daily routine. People forget if you ask your woman in the West to clean up something, right? Say the man's cooking something for breakfast. You ask her to clean up something. She's going to give you the middle finger and tell you to go clean it. She's, I'm not your slave.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Mama.
I don't do this for you.
Hi, Henry Norcross. Thank you for coming, Henry.
No, I'm serious. I mean, he's telling the truth. Oh, can Bob wants the link. Can you put the link out, please, Miss Tate?
Okay, I will. There you go, Bob.
Yeah, I bet Frank feels happy he doesn't have to get told to get up and walk with his legs. And I mean, you know what? It's again a different culture. So, but I think maybe Frank could even put this. Bob, he's married. He's been married a long time too. All right.
Hi,
As long
Icy.
as long as you truthfully take care of them, guarantee they'll never leave you. As long as you're honest with them and truthful, love them for who they are, and like Frank said, you make sure that they're stable and taken care of. They will live right,
Hi,
Bob. How
Bob.
long you been married,
Good
Bob?
evening.
I've been with mine for 20 years, but I'm going to let the secret out. Lil, get ready. You might want to block my mic. You might want to block my mic. The reason why these Filipinas feed you so well is so you got a round belly and all the other Filipinas know that you're married. That's why they do this. I'm telling you, I figured it out, and every time I bring that up at our Filipino parties, and all the ladies look at each other and snicker like he figured it out. I said, "Yeah, a guy with a big round belly, he's married." That same look, that same look. Shut up, Bob. That's our secret. Don't talk about that.
That's the truth.
Yep. Yeah. Hello, Miss Lil. It's been a while. Good to see you again, Frank.
Likewise, Bob.
Yeah, we're
I'm
just talking. We're just talking about,
I,
food.
I was sitting here eating a steak and mashed potatoes that my wife just made for me, and sitting there listening. Yeah, I was lurking for a little while, eating. Man, I tell you, all I got to do in my house, like yesterday, I went to the supermarket, got some bratwurst sausages. I take a picture of it, send it to her while she's at work. Now she knows what's going to be for dinner. Same with today. I took a picture of a steak, send it to her while she's at work. Now she knows. If she needs to pick something up on the way home, she can. And that's all I expect. Just go, there you go, baby. I provided, you cook. And that works out well. That works out real well, you know.
Yeah, my secret is, I do a menu for the whole week, Bob, because I don't want Frank
Mm,
to get tired of the food that,
mhm,
again and
mhm,
same. So he
mhm.
just, I just shown to him, oh, what do you think of this, our menu? And then he say good, except the ampalaya, because he really hate the ampalaya. The
Oh,
bitter gourd.
I know what it is. Bitter melon. Oh, I know. I know. Yeah.
So Bob, you
Hmm.
you you you've never heard? Are you retarded? Don't you know how to cut the stove on?
No.
You never heard
No. No.
that?
No. I heard once. I heard she got angry one time at something else, and she goes, and you could go in the kitchen and cook and you can cook your own eggs. And I went, get in that kitchen now. I mean, she's trying. You
But I
understand what
discovered
I'm
that
doing? Oh, you know what I'm doing. You are not getting over me, woman. I'm not going to go. Get in the kitchen and start cooking. I'll go out in the garage and smoke. I'll be in the house in 30 minutes. To a Western woman, oh my God, he's a fucking ogre. He's a monster. But that's how sometimes you got to teach the ladies. I'm
Right.
I'm the boss.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. That
I
only
paid the
happened once
cost
in
to be
20
the
years. In
boss.
20 years. Huh?
That's what James Brown used to say. I pay the cost to be the boss.
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. That only happened once in 20 years we've been together. Yeah, one time only. Yeah. She tried to get that over top of me and went, all right, we ain't playing now. Mm-mm. No.
But Frank, he has no
You do the
problem
dishes.
about
I
me.
take care of everything else.
Yeah, when
Mhm.
it comes something that, oh my God, if he's sometimes, I let him eat first, because sometimes I'm not hungry.
Yeah.
So when he's
Mhm.
get up and then open the refrigerator, and it takes a few seconds, and what are you looking for, Frank? He's looking for, because he don't know where it is. And then I just tell, oh, at the back of this, just because,
Mhm.
when I look at him, and then, he just step back and staring on inside the refrigerator or the freezer. Oh, I
Yeah.
know that, he can't
Yeah.
find that place that he wants to uh, get.
Now here's the thing. Okay, it's not like I can't cook. I'm a
Mhm.
pretty good cook, but kitchen belongs to Lily. Okay,
Same in my house.
that's where
Mm,
she
that's
does
right.
her show, and she knows where everything is, and then she moves things around so that she can put other things in.
Correct.
And I have
Mhm.
no idea where
Uh-huh.
anything is.
Yeah.
Okay, I can even like, where's my beer? I don't see it in the refrigerator. She may have put it up in the cabinet or something like that. Okay,
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
don't know where it's at. I have to ask her. When I walk into the kitchen, she could be in one of these rooms. I don't know what it is. Like she has an eye in the back of her
See. Yeah.
forehead or something.
Yep.
She's like,
Yep.
what you looking for? What you want?
Mhm. That's the
I
same
told you
with
I want my
mine.
beer.
Yeah, Frank, years ago, Mrs. said I said, this is mine. The kitchen is mine. You go out to your workshop. And okay, that's enough said. Yeah, this is mine. You know, where, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Open up the refrigerator. What are you looking for? I've had that happen more than once. Yeah, I have too. Yeah. We got good boundaries in my relationship. She handles the money and she handles the kitchen. I handle everything else. Everything else. Making appointments and on, the automobile repairs and the home repair and all that. And it works out great. You know, it
Well,
works out great.
she really handles the money, but when it comes to going to the bank, she takes me, being that I'm the senior citizen and I don't have to stand in line. So she,
That's smart. That's smart. Yeah. Uh
at
huh.
least we could get
Hmm.
in and out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fast, because if that's by myself, oh, it takes hours. But I always tell Frank that, Frank, it's better to go with me, because the if you're a senior, they give you priority. So
I like being a senior in the Philippines. I do. I am never going to dye my hair. Never, never. You know, I remember one time when the wife and I were flying back to the States, and you know how at the outside the airport they got porters, and he was an older guy, and wife flagged him over, and oh man, this was so cool because we're both seniors, you know, and he wheeled us all the way up to the front of the line and dropped us off, and I said to my wife, I said, is this okay? And she goes, just follow him. You know? And he took our bags right up to the like, I like it here.
Yeah, it happens also that we went to Bureau of Immigration Annex, for the annual report of
Mhm.
Frank, and then we just go to the the lines, and then the officer told me that I have to sit. Once they know that Frank is senior, he just call me and let do the transaction and let Frank sit.
Mhm. Yeah. I was just mentioning on a live earlier today, and there's a lot of prospective guys chasing these Filipino girls around on YouTube, you know, and I've been there, I know, you know. And I said the difference is 20 years ago when I used to go there to visit, who's now my wife, it was like, okay, there's Bob, you know, great, you know. But after we got married, things changed a little. But after I got gray hair, that's when things really changed. The
Yeah.
men's in Davao, the men sit outside the family's home. The women are in the house. And I got to sit at the table with the other gray haired men once I got gray hair. I never had to lift a finger. One of the nieces would bring me out a plate of food. I never even had to ask for anything. Neither did the other older men. I had to ask for nothing. They would just bring it, you know. And I have a glass of beer, and the glass of beer would get hot. And one of my niece, and pretty soon there's an ice cube in it. One of the nieces would come out with a tray of ice and drop ice in all of our glasses of beer. I'm like, I can get used to this. I like this, you know. I never had to ask for anything. It was just brought. It was just put in front of us. It's like, you know, and you
It's
tell
just
that
because
to a
they have
foreigner.
class. They
What's that?
have class for older people, Bob. That's the
They
problem is
do.
where we live. Okay,
Hmm.
you've got good that'll treat them good, but in reality, if you go to the Philippines,
Hmm.
Thailand, or these places, all right, and you're a senior citizen, you are going to get treated well. You're going to get respected, and people are not going to mess with you. Come
Right.
here, they'll do it. They'll do it
Yeah.
here
Hmm.
because they don't
Hmm. Hmm.
care. They don't care
Yeah.
if you're old. They'll throw you into a. What do they do? What do
Yeah.
they don't? Let me ask this: what do the Philippines and Asian countries don't do that they do with older people in the West?
They don't put them in nursing homes, not unless
There
they
you
have
go,
no
Bob.
other choice. Yep.
There you go,
Yep.
Bob. You take care of your family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember working at Boeing, and there'd be a few Filipinos that go out. We had to go outside the fence and smoke. One of the Filipino guys, one of the white ladies was bothering him about, you know, blah 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 blah, and he just started, and he's smoking a cigarette, and he just started laughing. And he looks at this bitch and goes, "Your family's gonna put you in a nursing home. I'm never gonna see one of those." And yeah, and he's
The,
right.
the,
He's
yeah.
right. Your family's
Yeah,
gonna throw you
that's
away.
why Bob, that me and Frank, well, especially if we go to the bank or what. I told him, Frank, bring your cane.
Oh, that's
bring
a good idea.
bring
Oh,
your cane.
I should do that. That would
And
be
then, it's so funny, especially, in the bank, the security guard hold Frank, to help go inside. So it's
yeah.
just like, it makes me laugh because, the transaction was way faster than, than if
I,
I do by myself.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go next time we go there. I'm gonna get a cane.
Yeah,
So,
because, they,
You know
go
what?
ahead.
Something that I've noticed, and I just thought about it. when we go into the store, okay, and they search every everybody and stuff like that, and they do the
Yeah.
wand on you and everything like that. If I have my cane, they just tell me go on through.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they don't even wand me
Oh,
like that. They just tell me go on through because I'm an old man.
yeah.
Before I knew about their senior citizen thing,
Hmm.
Billy had sent me to the bank, okay? And there's this long line, and it's a real hot day.
Yeah.
And the guard is saying, Kuya, Kuya, Kuya. And, I don't speak Tagalog or whatever. I don't know. And he's getting louder. So I look over, and he's doing this here. And so
Hmm.
I'm looking around to try to see, who's he talking to? And then he said, yeah, you. And,
You.
and then I came up to him, and he opened up the door for me to go on into the bank instead of me standing out there in the line.
Right on. Right on.
So that's a big
Hmm.
advantage. If
Hmm.
there's a cane,
A cane. I got to do that. I got to do that.
That's a
Yeah.
good idea. Maybe I gotta wear a mask. I gotta wear like a mask of a old man that's like, like 90 years old, man, and tape it
Get
to
a
my
wig.
face as good as I can. With a cane or a walker. That's
just
funny.
that's very effective.
Oh, yeah. Now I got a plan. Now I got a plan.
So, but we had been talking about housing and so you guys have a house already.
Yeah.
Okay, did
Mhm.
you have it built or did you buy an already built house?
We had it built. Yeah.
Wasn't
Yeah.
it way cheaper? Wasn't it
It
way
was,
cheaper to have it
it
built
was,
than
yeah, it was affordable in dollars. Um, but we were very fortunate because my brother-in-law was in the city and he supervised the construction of the whole thing. My brother-in-law worked in the shipyards, so he knows mechanical, he knows structural, he knows welding, and he supervised all of it for us. We didn't, so they didn't cut any corners. If something wasn't right, he's a freaking bodybuilder. When he walks up to you, people pay attention, you know. And I want that welded again. That's my sister's house, you know. And oh yeah, he helped us out immeasurably.
now the prices have gone up
Oh
since the
yeah,
pandemic. The prices have gone up. Okay,
yeah.
and not the materials have gone up, but not that much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it seems like everything that they're selling, okay, they're trying to get double the price.
Yeah.
If they spent 2 million pesos to make it, they want to sell it for 4 or 6 million.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so that's why I was trying to tell everybody, if you can, if you're married, okay, you do better having your house built instead of
Mm-hmm.
going and buying one of these little cracker boxes
Yeah.
that they're trying to sell to you now for a bunch of money that's not worth anything.
Yeah.
Just buy the land, have your house built.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're very fortunate that my brother-in-law was there to help us with that because he's got like the durable power of attorney over the house. He makes decisions in our absence, and he's a good man, you know. But yeah, our I'll give you an example of things you got to watch out for. Um, he hires someone to come over and cut the grass for us, things like that, and he wanted to reseed the grass in the front of the house and he ran into this a couple of months ago. So he went to some place to order some grass seeds, and it was this price. and he wanted the bags of grass seeds delivered to the house. Once they found out where the house was at, then the price went up to here
Mm.
because they recognize that's a place where foreigners and wealthy Filipinos live. They know the name of the estates, you know. And that's when my brother-in-law told him, "Oh, you just go to hell."
Yeah, they wanted to hit you up for the foreign guy price.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, oh, we know where that's at. Now we're gonna bring the price way up. He told him, "No, you keep it. We're not. I'm not gonna go to you."
Yeah, that's right, Bob. Because there's a certain things that I don't want Frank to deal with my people, because especially when it comes to money involved, they're
Yep,
gonna double the price.
they are.
So I'm the
Hmm.
one who gonna negotiate, and
Hmm.
if the price is right, I will tell Frank, and then Frank will tell me
Bingo.
okay. But I
Yep.
don't. Just that's the mentality
It's
of
true. It's
Filipino.
it's 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 true, but that's one of the little shady things about living in the Philippines. It's called the skin tax. The nickname for it is the skin tax. Frank's got skin. I've got skin. Well, they add a little skin tax to it. That's why whenever possible, same situation with me, my brother-in-law or my wife or the nieces, they go to purchase what we need, not me. You know,
Mhm.
but that's a fact. Yeah, the dark side of the Philippines. Oh, we gotta, hey, kuya, skin tax.
Yeah, it's just like when you ask, the we call that foreigner discount, but it's not
Yeah,
literal discount.
it's not. Don't even buying something on the street. Don't be afraid to barter. And and I've shocked more than one Filipino, different islands. And the Mister, you want to know by Yossi, Makano ito? And then they
Uh,
look at me like, what the hell?
uh-huh.
Oh yeah. Oh, for you, sir, only 500 pesos. Hi, nako. Mahal. Wala. I'll go there. Wala. Nothing from you. No. Oh, Mister, wait. Now, after you bring them down quite a bit in the price, I know I'm paying more than the Filipinos do, but I bring it
Yeah,
from here down to here because I
yeah,
know
because
some of the language and I know you're blowing smoke up my ass, dude.
Right.
yeah, you realize you're not
So,
fresh off the boat.
Yeah,
so you
I'm
guys,
not. I'm not new here, dude. I'm not new. I'm not a first timer. Hmm.
yeah, you're not. You guys know a lot. I was gonna say earlier when we were talking about the condos and that stuff, and I told you that I talked to a guy, and he listen. The guy was genuine. I always try to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. Okay, because not everybody is out there to get you and stuff like
Right,
that.
right. That's a true.
But
That's true.
the thing that got me the most is when I called back and I talked to the lady, and the lady told me that nobody was looking for her. I said, I got a friend of mine that's going to go down and look. And they go, okay, yeah, no problem. They can come down. When they told me on the phone on WhatsApp, the lady told me flat out, nobody was ready to get that apartment at all. There wasn't a line of people. He blew smoke up, and that's when I said no. I said I won't do it
Oh,
because it's not that he. If he would have just said, "Hey, let my friend come down, let him look," I would have wired him the money,
yeah.
and I still would have waited. I told him I was going to pay for like the whole year. He lied to me. He made you look like a fool. When I called back and talked to this lady, and the lady said there wasn't nobody looking for it, and I said, "I'm sorry, I can't get it." I know I'm not the smartest guy all right out here, but the one thing that I always try to do is look at the people like Lily and Frank, yourself, Bob, people like Puts that have been there that understand. If you're gonna try to pull the rug over my eye, I don't want to talk to you. I want nothing to do with you. I'm trying to
Yeah.
be honest with you. I'm trying to learn
Mhm.
something. I'm
Yeah.
asking you in a politely. I'm respecting you. And how dare you try to take from me and lie to me like that? Otherwise, I'd have got that place. And guess what? In a month or so, when or two, when I go, I'd have been there. Now I'm going somewhere different, and somebody's going to look for me, and I'm gonna obviously have them tell me and take pictures. So if you're gonna try to pull the rug over her eyes or my eyes or my friend's eyes, there, don't bother. You're not getting nothing from me.
No
Be
second
honest,
chances. Yeah.
right? Be honest, because I'm not gonna come here and say Lily's selling me something. Lily Frank is selling me something, but Lily is the Filipino there. She says, "This is what I'll rent you for." Okay, when you come here, you can look, you can see. She pulls out these papers that we're gonna do. I have to look over them. This is her rules. This is what she wants. I have to follow them if I sign that. If she's not trying to pull something over my eyes, guess what? If she says that I have to pay 45 or 50, I will do it, even if it's more, because she's being honest with me. I don't want you to tell me, hey, there's like 30 people looking at this place that could be here any day. Don't tell me that crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got caught, and now you lost a customer.
Yeah, it's
Most.
just like same also here, Bruce. You know, if you come here in the Philippines, a lot of taxi driver do that.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
So
Yeah.
Uh huh.
Oh
if
yeah, I know,
Especially.
Lily. They got me the first time I went. I know.
Yeah.
They got
Yeah.
me. They
I
got they
think
got me for
everybody's
forty
gotten once.
dollars.
Yeah. I think everybody's got once. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Something that cost about maybe two to maybe $3 or to $5. They got me for $35 profit because I was
Yeah.
obviously the idiot didn't
Yeah.
know. I didn't ask. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I learned that quick. Don't get in a cab that does not have a meter.
Yep. And one thing I can add to this right here, my own experience. I walk around and I take a picture of the license plate. I take a picture of the taxi number, and I open up the passenger door. I look at the driver. I take a picture of the driver, and then, does your meter work? Oh no, sir. Bye bye. You know, because at least during Rodrigo's times, he was hammering down on the taxi drivers. You did not want to get turned in being a swindler to the foreigners. And during
Mm.
those times, you did not want your face and your name put in front of the President Duterte. It would have been a bad day, you know. But that's why I speak a little Tagalog. And as soon as I get in a taxi, I start speaking some Tagalog or some Bisaya to them. It's like, dude, this ain't my first rodeo. Turn on the meter. And I sit next to the driver. I don't sit in the back.
yeah, yeah, because a lot of a lot of them, especially when they know that you're a foreigner, they
Hmm.
they cut off the meter, and then they will tell you that okay, this is the fixed price like 500, and they will tell, oh, because it's traffic there, so once we come back here, it's hard to get the passenger. But I always tell that it's not my problem if you cannot find a passenger, as long as you on the meter. I pay for that. It doesn't matter how
Yeah.
much the cost. All you
Hmm.
have to do is just open the meter. But some,
Hmm.
driver that's they really want to rob the passenger for that. So it
So
happens
what about the bus, Lily? What
at
about the
the
bus?
bus.
Wouldn't that be more
There's no problem, Bruce, the bus, because it's a fixed price.
Yeah. Hmm.
So if example from here, if you're going to a Baguio, it's already it's in there's a price less there, so they cannot overprice because it's monitored. So then
Yeah.
the ride on the taxi. Good thing also, the if you want to book with the Grab. But the price is higher than if you get the taxi.
Yeah, it is. Hmm.
Like the guy, the taxi driver that I really ticked off one day when I told him, okay, just take us to the police station.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
take us to the police station. That's what you want to tell. Just take us to the police station.
yeah.
Yeah, he
I
really didn't want to tell me what he was saying after I said that.
I there's not much of that happens in Davao City because you remember who's used to run Davao City was in, and his daughter runs Davao City. I haven't run into a crooked taxi driver in Davao, but if you go up to Manila, oh boy, oh that's a different world up there. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
and that's the thing that I learned quick. I did have an older retired cop when I was out walking, and his mother. They invited me for food. They heard the guy that was going to take me, and that got and he said, you need to ask. He says, because if you don't ask, you're going to get nailed. If you don't know what the heck you're doing, these people are going to take you blindly. And he explained to me, whatever, $35, okay, whatever, you got it, that's fine. But he explained to me, he says, here's my number after they had fed me, whatever, and so here's my number. You contact me if you need something. I can either come take you, or I know some people because he was a police officer. He knew some good taxi honest drivers, and he says I'll make sure that you're okay.
Yeah.
And you know
Yeah.
what? It does take. Nobody wants to get burned,
Hmm.
but you're gonna have to figure it out quick, or you will.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
it's what it is. I did. I got taken a couple of times. It's what it is. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to sit here and lie and say, well, it didn't? No, they did. A couple of times I got a taxi that got me for 35, and a hotel got me for like I think it was like 28 or 29, something for like it was like $23. They ended up charging me like almost like I don't know. It was all close to like it was like $59 or something. They got me. It's what it is.
Yeah.
and they will mess up with us. Now, usually we'll give 50, 100 pesos
Yeah.
as a tip. Okay, they'll try to run the price up 50 pesos, and they end up actually losing because
Yeah.
they would have gotten more money from us
Yeah.
if they had just went with the original price.
I told one taxi drivers in Makati City. I said, you treat us foreigners right, we will tip you. You tried to rob me, I'm going to pay what's on the meter only and no more. Treat us right, we will give you more. And he got this look on his face like, damn it, well, you know, just be honest, dude. That's all it takes. We will tip you. And yeah, yeah. I know Lil don't like these kind of conversations about her people, but it's just one of those things as foreigners have to put up with.
No, Frank, I know, Bob, I understand because,
Yeah.
it happens also not for foreign people. It happens also me, even though I'm Filipino.
Yeah,
Oh,
So
yeah.
it don't really work because,
Hmm.
it don't work on me because, I'm gonna tell them, they think that I don't know what their business is. So it don't really work. It don't really work.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna bounce down, folks. Good to see you again, Frank. God
all
bless
right,
you
you
over
all
there.
Good.
You too, Bruce.
Okay, thank you,
And
Bob.
my final piece of advice, gentlemen, when she overfeeds you, she's making you fat. So the other girls know that you're married and don't, oh no, I just want you to be happy. No, she's doing that. She's marking her territory.
Okay. Good
Peace,
night,
guys.
Bob.
Good night.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump down too. I appreciate you guys letting me come up.
Okay, okay, Bruce. Thank you so much.
I'll I'll email you because I don't want to put it out here with the weirdos and stuff, man, that have been bothering me. So I'll email you and tell you what's going on, and then like I said, we're gonna get as soon as I get there, we're gonna when we have a chance to meet up. We're gonna get a gift for you, Lily, and then I'm gonna get you a
Uh,
gift uh, for yourself. Uh, so
uh,
I'll just leave it at
okay,
that.
Bruce. Okay, okay. Take
All
it
right,
easy,
thank you
Bruce.
guys. Have a
Uh,
good Sunday.
Okay. Okay, let me read this from Henry Across. That happened me in Hawaii. Taxi driver stole. Yeah. So for those Western people coming here in the Philippines, be aware of that. Don't get inside the taxi unless that you're not really understand what's the cause of of that fare going to the place where you want, especially when you take trike. There's a lot of trike driver that they rob some foreign people. Instead paying 50 pesos, they ask for 500 pesos. So be careful of that, guys, because they're sneaky.
yeah, because that's the thing. Usually, when you first come here, you don't even know about Grab.
Yeah.
So you end up getting in one of the regular taxis, and you're kind of at their mercy if you don't know what's going on.
Yeah. And then there's nothing excuse me.
Okay, you okay? Now, does anybody have any questions about doing the condo, the townhouse, or trying to buy property and building a house? Any questions about that?
Yeah, feel free to ask question, guys, while we're here. So yeah, the when it comes to ride on the jeepney, you don't have to worry about that in ride on the bus, because the price, it's already fixed. They cannot overprice, because once they overprice, you can complain that an LTO stands for land transportation office.
It's like our DMV.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's like DMV. So when it comes to trike and taxi, you have to be careful about that, guys, because particularly taxi, because especially here in Metro Manila, once they know that you're foreigner. And okay, so example from like Paranaque going to Makati, if it's not traffic, like in SM Ayala, so the price is just like about 100. Okay, so usually I give 50 pesos, or sometimes if I have things that need help, I give 100 pesos for for their tip. But more than that, don't, because it happened also to me and Frank. They think that Frank, he's a foreigner, he don't know what's going on, and then they said it's 1,000, and then I said, why 1,000? And then the second is 500. Oh, we don't accept that to 500. So the last, but it takes long, to get the honest taxi driver. So we just paid about 150, and I give him 100 pesos. So I paid 250. So I don't really grab on that kind of, even though that you need. So especially if there's something that you need to process, like documents, like if your schedule is in the morning schedule, you have to get up. You have to get up early and go early. So don't pressure when it comes getting the taxi. Yep, I
What
used it, had an excellent time with it.
I want to make sure though that you guys check out that app that will tell you if your house is safe.
Yeah.
Okay, whether if you're on a fault line or a flood plain or whatever like that. If you're gonna buy land or you're gonna even buy a house that's made, you need to know this information. You need to know where those fault lines are because you're going to end up having problems with cracks in your walls and stuff like that if there's an earthquake.
Oh,
So
before I forgot, Frank, this is the last part that I almost forgot. Insurance. So you can get condo insurance and house insurance. So it depends what category you want. If it's flooded or there's a fire or you know by the destroyed by the rubber or things like that. It's up to you which category do you want to insure your condo or your house. So the well, I don't really want to mention about the insurance company because they I'm not, I'm not the endorser. So if they're gonna pay me, but just check it out, guys. Just check it out, guys, because there's a insurance that you can get, Philippine insurance for your condo and your house. So I'll give you for condo or house, the annual that you're gonna pay is about 1,200 pesos, Philippine pesos. So they will insure that for about 1 million. So it depends, how long is that you're gonna pay for that. There's a 15 years, 20 years, 25 years.
and if you're buying a condo, there's supposed to be an emergency person in that condo, and they're supposed to do uh, earthquake drills so that
Yeah.
you will know where to go in case
Mm-hmm.
of an emergency like that and exactly what you need to do in case of that type of emergency.
Yeah, it's just like recently we just finished attend the earthquake drilling here. Actually, I have some video of that, so I'm not yet post on that on my channel. So pretty soon I gonna post that so that you can see. Well, that's very important here, especially that we're well, not too near about how many meters here. There's a fault line, so we're very our admin officer invite us to aware of if something happened that there's an earthquake, we know. And of course, one thing that they teach us is to mindset, don't panic, because once you panic, everything is gonna be ruined. So just do something that you save your life, and mindset, just be no need to panic. So
Yeah, because we wanted to bring this information up because we want everybody to be safe,
hmm
and we don't want you to go and buy a house that may have damage or be damaged because it's real close or on one of those faults. And we know that as a foreigner, you have no idea of where these faults are here. So
yeah.
that's why we wanted to make sure that you got that app that will show you. But you could actually go on YouTube
Yeah.
and um, and find out where those faults are, so that you know not to buy near those faults.
That's right, Frank. And what else we gonna discuss, Frank, before we gonna go?
Let me see. I think we hit just about on everything. Um,
Oh, I have something that I forgot.
Let
Some.
let me ask you this: most of the time, when you're here on Luzon, the typhoons come from the east, don't they? Don't they usually come from the east?
Well, it depends. It depends the. Well, sometimes most of in the east part.
Yeah. So I just wanted to, so that if you go to buy a house or whatever like that, then that way you know which way these things usually come from, and you might not want to buy in the east. You may want to be closer to the west so that you're further inland instead of being close to the water.
Oh, you don't need. You don't need, Henry. You don't need the visa. Just only use your passport. If you're American, no need visa to coming here in the Philippines.
Right.
So you can stay here for 90 days, but maximum of uh
What is
59,
it's
59 days.
they give you to start out a month, and then you have to extend.
Yeah. And then for those American Philippines, they allowed international driver license. So you can use that for 90 days.
Yeah, you could use your American driver's license,
And
uh,
you can rent a car here and go around
and
Metro Manila.
if you're going to stay, then you could use your American driver's license to get a Filipino driver's license. All you have to do is show them your American driver's license, and you don't have to take a test or anything.
Okay, Henry, if you're American, because Frank is American, he never had a visa coming here. But there's they allow you to stay here for 90 days, and then the maximum of 59 days. Before the 59 days, you have to renew if you want to stay more here in the Philippines. You have
You
you don't have to go to 59 days. Before 59 days, you have to renew if you want to stay. Okay, and then they will give you until you become 90 days. So if the 90 days, that's the time that you can apply for another type of visa that you want to apply.
Yeah, you can stay here. What is it, like about 3 years?
For what?
Extend. You
Uh,
can keep extending for about 3 years, I think, before
yeah,
you have to leave, and before you have to leave out of the country and then come back into the country.
yeah. That's one thing that I'm so I'm not I feel bad about that, because we give a lots of privilege to Western people, particularly American. But the sad part is, once a Filipino go to the United States, there's so many things that we can't. So it's just like I
You,
you know
you could tell you tell them about your thing on trying to take a vacation, where we
yeah,
wanted to go to the United States and take a vacation, and they turned Lily down.
yeah. I've done that twice. I done that twice, but they turned me down. So it's just like, well, the reason why I mentioned that, because uh, it's unfair. It's unfair that when it comes to American, we don't give them a hard time to come here. But once Filipino go to the United States, there's a bunch of things we encountered before we can go to the States.
Let me tell you what's really going on. What this is my opinion, just my opinion. I'm not an expert, but what they want is for you to apply, okay, for your wife to get the green card thing instead of getting a visa to be able to visit. Because see, what we would do, we would just stay here for 6 months, go to the United States for 6 months, and then come back here. Now, here's the catch, okay? And this is nothing against Filipinas. I'm just telling you the trick of U.S. law. Now, once you marry your Filipina, all right, if you marry her here, okay, and then apply for a visa for her to come to the United States and stay for 10 years, okay, you are responsible for that woman that you marry, okay? If she leaves you, okay, before that 10 years is up, you still have to take care of her. And this is what they're trying to make you have to do. So I'm just letting you a little FYI for you to know. In the United States, you're responsible for her for 10 years. Even if she leaves you, if she walks off from you, you've got to pay for her for 10 years automatic.
Yeah, because there's a there's a papers that for the spousal visa that other national, they have the rights to read that. That's why they give that copy to us, so that we know the rights. And yeah, you're right, Frank, that you have to take
So,
care of us 10 years.
but if you want to do like we're trying to do, because I still have a place in the United States and I haven't been there for 5 years. Okay, but I still have a place in the United States. That's where my cars and motorcycles and everything is at. Okay, so we don't need to get her a green card. I have retired my wife. She does not have to work. Okay, so we could go to the United States, spend the summer, because I live in Chicago. And we might not want to be there in the winter once it gets below zero and snow on the ground and everything. So we would want to come back to the Philippines then, stay here for 6 months, okay? And then once it gets warm again, go back to the United States. So there's no need to get that type of visa because she's not going to work. She doesn't have to work. And with most of you guys, your wife is not going to have to work. You make more than enough money to take care of her and to take care of yourself and to be able to live in the States and live here too. So why put yourself in a position, okay, where no matter what, because you don't know what some of these women might have on their mind. They might just want to get to the United States and
Yeah.
run off.
Yeah, that's why it's important for those Western men, particularly American, that you have to know the person that you're dealing with, because not all, but some, they're gonna use you to just to get in the United States. Once they get this green card, they're gone. So you have to, you have to be smart enough to know this person. Is this person is serious at me, or this person has another interest to having me? So be
And
careful, guys.
And even if you do a prenup, okay, that does not stop that. That
Yeah,
rule will stick. You will have to take care of her for 10 years.
yeah. Because that's part of the immigration that we sign. So you have no choice. If this woman of this man will stay you or leave you, you have no choice just to pay her or him for 10 years. Yeah, that's a nuts put. So,
'Cause once she hits the ground, if you marry her here, once she hits the ground, she has the green card and she does not have to leave. And if she leaves you, you got to pay for the next 10 years.
yeah, even though that, we don't have divorce here, but when it comes to marriage, it's valid in the states. So,
So that's just a little FYI. And I'm not
yeah.
thinking that my wife is going to leave me or anything like that. But like I said, it's just like when you do a prenup, you're trying to guard yourself and
Hmm.
all. So guys need to know how to guard yourself against scams and stuff like that. Don't set yourself up for a scam.
Yeah, that's right, Frank, because you don't have to hurry to bring your girlfriend or your wife. Just observe her, or for those Western women married to a Filipino, observe if that she deserve, why not?
Yeah,
Because
because
we never know what's on their mind. Okay, it's just like there. Well, I'm not saying that all. I'm not generalize some women, but some they do. They use they use Western men just to go there in the States, and once they get that thing that they want, and they're gonna leave you.
yeah. So like I've been here for like 5 years now, and I like it here. I'm really not that interested in just living the rest of my life in the United States. So that's why I don't want to set myself up for anything like that. But I've got no problem with us taking a vacation every year to the United States and then coming back home here because we're planning on building a home here. So no, I'm not interested in living the rest of my life in the United States. I'm here to stay. I have no real reason for wanting to just live there forever. So you know, what can
Okay,
I
let
say?
me read this, Frank from Puts. For Belgium, foreigners have 5 years probation to stick to the requirements before they can get green card. Part of the requirement is to stay married and live together as family.
That's good. That's the way it should be in the United States, but it's not. Not if you marry her here. Once
Mhm.
she hits the United States, if you file for the paperwork and stuff, she gets the green card automatically. And so therefore, she's a permanent resident.
Yeah, it's just like okay. It's just like for me, I already applied for you for a residence here, but there's a certain things that a Filipino wife can get that privilege to their partner, especially if they're gonna use that in a wrong way. So that kind of visa, it will revoke from
Yeah.
the husband. So as long as you're
So their country gives them some type of protection. But our country, as far as us being men, we don't have any protection. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to leave the United States because men are set up for our women to just take advantage of us. You marry them, they divorce you, they never work a day, they get half.
yeah.
Simple as that. They get half of everything. No, I ain't falling for that.
Yeah, it's kind of a, puts, it's kind of different than, in the States than, in Europe, particularly Belgium. The way that they process, the visa is different than the States. So it's just like, no matter all the requirements, it's just sometimes it really depends on the consulate, because not all, they cannot really pass on that. There's some they have to pass, because of course, the US government will question why you're just, I think there's a quota for
Let
that.
me answer. Let me answer this for Boots, because Boots said now I understand why it's so hard to get a spouse visa for the states. No, that's not hard. That's easy, because that's the visa. The spousal visa is the visa that where you're gonna have to be responsible for 10 years. So that's easy to get. They don't want to give the vacation visa, because once they give that, that person can come to the United States for 6 months every year. They can stay in the United States for 6 months, then they have to go back to the Philippines. The same thing, like I was saying, where you could come here and stay for about 3 years. You just keep extending. And then after those 3 years are up, you have to leave the Philippines at least for a day. And then you can come back to and start all over again.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Frank, like you, that you are residents here in the Philippines, for those people on the live chat, he has, it's not over that, he's a residence here in the Philippines. He has to pay annual, they call that annual report.
Yeah,
And then if Frank going back to United States, he has to go to the main office in Bureau of Immigration to ask permission to leave the country.
yes.
And he has to pay for, leaving the country. That's the big thing, that, if you're residents, you don't have to go there every month to pay your, to pay your visa, but you have to wait for 5 years. But there's a certain things that, even though you travel to other part of Southeast Asia, you have to ask in
Yeah,
Bureau Immigration to take that, permit, and then you have to pay. So that's another information for those, people that, wants to become a residence here. You don't expect that you're free to all the fees. No, it's not. You have to pay the annual fees, or that's annual report. And then, if you're leaving or if you have vacation, you have to ask permission and pay the fee.
okay.
Oh.
Let me answer this for Boots. He says, Frank, is residency the same as nationality? Like, do you have dual nationality now?
Frank is
No,
not. Okay,
no.
go ahead.
I'm just a permanent resident, but I am not a citizen of the Philippines. I'm still a U.S. citizen.
Yeah. So I think, if Frank wants to become a Filipino citizen, there's a certain years that he can stay. But he's 5 years. I think he can apply for that. But it's in the person if they want to change their citizenship.
Yeah. And if you're a U.S. citizen, to become a citizen of another nation, you would have to give up your U.S. citizenship.
Yeah. And you have to learn, the language if you want to become a Filipino citizen. One of the
Yes,
requirements is to learn Tagalog.
yeah, I would have to be able to speak, read and write Tagalog.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Henry. It's all about money.
That's why they call this place the Philippines.
Well, it's just like one thing that is just speaking of because I applied for for vacation visa in the United States, so it's just like it's part of the it's part of the rules in the consulate that you cannot question. But me, I break the rules. Okay, I ask the question, so I break the rules.
Yeah, she just wanted to know, okay, what's wrong? What is it that I have to do so that I
Hmm.
can get a visa? And then the woman told her, "Oh, I'm not going to argue with you." And she was just asking her a question.
Yeah.
You know, that nose up in the air type attitude that some Americans have.
And then it's just like they said, oh, keep applying and applying, and then they think that you're gonna shit the money, or it just you just pick the the money on the tree. They never think that. So it's just like it. Well, it pissed me off about that. I'm just I'm just be honest. It's a well.
And it ticked me off even more, okay? Because to me, it's a bunch of BS. Because if they thought for some reason, being that she's telling them she's taking a vacation with her husband, who is an American citizen, and they turn it down. Well, why won't they just say, well, okay, put up a bond? If they think you're not gonna uh, leave the United States, why don't they just say then put up a bond? Where if you don't come back on time, we get to keep the money. That's all they would have.
Yeah. And then that's they said that's be honest, what you written on the application. That's when you tell the truth, and then you give all the legal documents, and then they still you're not approved. That's that's pisses me off. And then they think that you just you just shit the money that you're gonna use. That it's not a joke, guys. How much? It's just like only the the DS 160 $185 USD. So how much that
It's
in pesos? It's over 10,000.
it's the dumb attitude that Americans have in thinking that everybody wants to come to the United States and live. Everybody doesn't. Why do they think all of the passport bros are leaving?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody doesn't want to live in the United States,
Yeah, because
and
I'm just I'm just be honest. I
let me finish this. Let me finish this,
okay.
sweetheart. Because they want to think that the United States is the greatest place in the world. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's a bunch of other countries where you could live a much better life than in the United States. They don't want people in the United States to actually know this. Okay? They really don't want you to understand that you could go somewhere else and live for way less and live a better life. They don't want you to know that.
Yeah, okay. Let me read this from Henry. Well, what gets me is that everyone now is going to other countries and marriage, but they have troubles bring back their partners. Well, that's like like I mentioned that it's according how you pick your partner, because not all that they're just once they go to the United States they change and run away. But it's according how you choose, how you pick your partner. Because me and me, I just I promised to Frank that no matter what I always there for him.
And same thing here. Because if my wife can't go to the United States, I won't go either. It's as simple as that. Unless they let her come in for a vacation, then I won't take a vacation there. I'll spend my money here. I'll get my money from the United States like I've been getting it and I'll spend it all here. Simple as that. I don't have to go back to the United States to spend my money.
Yeah, the only thing that we do that because like I share some of my live streaming that there's a personal, business, financial things that we both need to sign. So that's for I don't really I don't really have going to the states and well go around, but to live there, no, because I know how difficult as an Asian woman living in the States, even though that the fact that Asian people are not very welcome in the States. So why should I bring myself into harm? Then I'm comfortable here in my country, as same as my husband. We both comfortable here. The only problem that I really want to go there is to fix something that personal. Well,
I'll tell it. I'll tell it. It's no big thing. Look, I own land uh, in the United States, and I want to make sure that if something happens to me, my wife won't have a problem getting it. I have money in the United States, okay, and I want to put my wife's name on it, and on she has to sign and stuff on things like that. And therefore, I need her with me when I get ready to take care of this business so that there'll be no problems uh, if I pass away because I'm way older than my wife, and I figure I'm going to pass away first. And I want to make sure that she has no problems with anybody that's in my family trying to beat her out of what's hers. So that's why I want to go back to the United States, take care of that business, and then come back here. And that's all it is. It's not like we're trying to sneak into the United States. They want to think that that's what people are trying to do, and everybody wants to live in the United States. They crazy. Once you get out of the United States and you get somewhere else and you find out that you don't have to deal with all of those high prices and stuff like that, come on, you're not gonna want to go back.
yeah, especially you have a good life, you have a loving wife to take to take care of you. You don't have to think that go back to the States.
Most
No.
of you, when you come here, you're going to end up being a multi-millionaire. Okay? Plain and as simple as that. Just think $20,000 is a million pesos.
Yeah.
That's a million pesos.
Yeah,
So
that's
you're a millionaire when you come here. Okay? If you got a few hundred thousand stashed away, man, you big time. You're really a multi-millionaire. Why are you gonna want to go back to the United States when your money is gonna be? You can do so much here that you won't be able to do back in the United States.
mm-hmm.
Do you know how many homes you can build with with a few $100,000? You could build all kinds of apartment buildings and stuff like that here. You can't do that in the United States. A couple of $100,000 is one house.
Yeah, especially now that the rental in the States goes up. Yeah, from foods on boats, Frank 100 exactly. The logic is lost on the Western bubble. Right.
Yep.
Guys, don't forget to give me thumbs up, huh? And if you have time, you can share the live streaming. Yeah, that's but I don't really want to think that I don't want to stress about the visa thing because it's important to me my husband is with me. That's meant a lot to me. Visa, we love, but important to me is my husband.
Yeah, I'm not going nowhere. I even thought, because I was here before the pandemic, and at first I started to panic. I was like, "Oh, geez, they've got this COVID-19 thing. Um, maybe I should go back to the United States where they have some of the best doctors and stuff like that." And then I stopped and I thought, "Wait a minute, I'm married now. I'm not single. It's not about me. I'm not leaving my wife to go back to the United States. Whatever happens, it'll happen to both of us. Simple as that. And I've been here ever since. And I'll be here. As long as she can't visit there, I'm not going back
Okay, so there's a question from Henry Frank. What about getting a dual citizenship? Um,
there. If I remember right, per U.S. law, if you want to get citizenship somewhere else, I think you have to give up your U.S. citizenship.
yeah. But for me, you don't have, Frank, because here's the thing that, there's a lot of privilege that if you go to other countries by using your citizenship, American citizenship, than Filipino.
Yeah.
That's,
Because if I was to get wanted to get a citizenship somewhere, it wouldn't be here in the Philippines. There's some other countries that have passports that are way better than U.S. passports. It would be one of those countries that I would want to get citizenship in. There's some countries where you could they with their passport you could go to almost every country in the world with no problems just with your passport.
yeah,
You
because,
could travel. I think you could travel to maybe like 30 something more countries on those passports.
yeah, because, for me, it's not only the United States country that, there's so many country that we can still, go. If there's no luck there, go to other countries like in Europe. So, okay, let me read this from Puss. I'll do the same if I can't get my family here. I'm going there right now, still doing the papers work. Well, see what's happens.
Mm. Well, you may not have the same problem. Like I said, the United States has this messed up attitude in thinking that everybody wants to come to the United States. Okay, and everybody doesn't. Okay, anybody that knows what's going on in the United States, come on, get serious.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, I mentioned that now, Canada, they allow Filipino just to visit. There's only passport. So one day, all Filipinos will go to Canada than the States.
Yeah, right now I'm waiting for Lilibeth to get over this thing of them turning her down because I tried to get her to take a trip to Thailand, and she at first she said she would go, then she said she didn't want to go. Oh, let's save the money and stuff like that. But I'm going to get her to get up and get up out of here and leave the Philippines and see the world, see some other countries, so that she can see what life is like in other places. Because that's the thing. That's what really opens up your mind once you go to other countries and see that other countries are way different than the country that you came from, and that the people are different, and that the people are not like they try to tell you that these other people are. If you listen to some of the stuff that, like, you see our women talk about Filipinas and the women in Thailand and stuff like that, and try to say that they broke and they hungry and they just want you for your money and all of that type of stuff. And if you believe that stuff, like they say, everybody in the Philippines is living in grass huts and stuff. Those people have never seen the Philippines. If they saw BGC, I'm going to tell you, BGC looks way better than Chicago. Way better. Looks way better than what they call the Chicago Gold Coast. Okay? That's a part along the lake where a lot of people with money live and all. BGC is better. Just being honest and telling you the truth.
Yeah,
And me,
from
I live along the lake. I live in a high rise along the lake. Okay. And BGC looks better than the area that I live in.
yeah, Frank, he wants me to travel, but I don't know. It's just like it pissed me off.
Icy says she wants to go to Thailand.
The red district.
See, what you guys should do is get together and we go to Thailand at the same time. It would be great for you and Icy to broadcast, do a live together, going around Thailand. I think that would be a big hit on YouTube. I think everybody would like to see that. Forgive me, Icy. I'm always thinking about doing stuff like that.
Yeah, but Frank, because he loves to travel, but me, I'm just looking for the expenses. Not, I'm good here in the Philippines, but
Yeah, that would be a good trip. See, Icy said, why not?
yeah,
That would make a good YouTube thing. I'm sure everybody would tune in to see that.
yeah, I know Thailand, yeah, but I want to go to Japan because I want to go to Mount Fuji. You remember that, Frank, when you asked me?
You see what Booth said, Thailand is budget friendly.
Yeah.
So you can save way more money going to Thailand.
Yeah, it's just like it makes me laugh, when we talk online. We're boyfriend and girlfriend that time. Frank asked me, he's waiting if he's waiting that I'm gonna tell him, oh, go to France or go to Europe or what. But I told him, no, I want to go to Japan because I want to witness, I want to climb on the Mount Fuji.
Look,
and
I'm almost 70 years old. I'm not trying to climb Mount Fuji. That ain't happening.
And then when I saw his reaction, it busted me laugh. Oh my god. That's great. It's just like yeah. But I really want, one of my dream is, the to experience, the sakura icy. But I think it's already gone. So I can imagine myself, Frank, climbing me on the, on Mount Fuji. Maybe Frank.
Yeah, me and my cane trying to go up Mount Fuji. Yeah, right.
That's So hilarious. I just imagine Frank living in the high of stairs, but you can do it, Frank. Don't. Yeah. So yeah, it's just like Frank really wants me to travel, but he's just waiting for me to decide. Because I told him no, forget it, Frank. Forget it, because it's just like it. It happens that when I was turned down twice in the U.S. embassy, so it pissed me off really. So well,
Well, the next time, and just listen to me for a second. After you get some stamps on your passport to show that you travel and you go places and you come back. Now, if they give you a hard time, then maybe I may try to sue the United States government. I'm serious. They can be sued
yeah,
because me myself, I feel that it's discrimination,
it
and I have
is.
no problem suing them with a discrimination lawsuit.
It is because this is one thing that I don't think that those consulate they just they not follow the rules because what the CEO of that U.S. embassy tells that be honest, tell your intention, and I tell them my honest intention in all the documents that I
Well,
uh
see, they didn't even look at everything,
and
right?
then yeah, well they already have on the on the system.
Well, the thing is, one of the things is that I know it's like a lot of times they want you to have a house. They may want you to have a business, okay, and they want you to have a certain amount of money. Now, they never even look to see how much money you have in the banks here, and you have more than enough money in the banks that make you want to come back for your money. Nobody is going to want to leave that much money sitting in the banks here.
Yeah, because this is they have I think the U.S. government wants they have to investigate what's going on in the embassy in other countries because here's the thing, there's no reason that the consulate will disapprove me because I'm telling the truth. All the documents that I pass is is documented and legal.
Here's the where I feel that the discrimination comes in. Um, that person makes a judgment, and there is no appeal for that judgment. That's wrong.
Yeah, and I can see
Everybody, everybody is supposed to have a supervisor or somebody that can look over their work and see what they're doing. And then they're saying you can't appeal that person's decision.
yeah,
Well,
and I
what
can
if,
see Frank, and I
hold
can
on,
see Frank.
let me finish. What if that person is a racist
Right.
and they're in that spot and they're doing that purposely? What if that person hates black people, not Filipinos, but black people, and saw that you were married to a black man?
Yeah.
Being that black men are leaving the United States to marry women in other countries.
And this is one thing that I told you that
You see online where the women in the United States are saying bad things about Asian women because men are leaving.
yeah.
Okay? And then you get a woman that has that attitude and says, No, I'm not letting this Asian bitch come to the United States. Hey, it could happen.
Right, makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just like, when I told you that, I asked her, would you like to see my husband's passport? And then she said yes. And I can see that, her face changed. And then he has to post for a while, bring my passport, ask other people inside there. They ask opinion for other people, meaning she's not decided for what she's doing. She has other employees there.
Hmm.
So that's one thing that they have to investigate that inside. What's this consulate officers doing? Are they doing their job, or they make it into personal?
Well, that's why I want you to take a trip out of the country, somewhere where you can go, okay, so that we could go and come back, okay, to prove that we go and come back. Then that gives me more evidence to be able to sue the United States government.
Okay, yeah, I'm leaving the States when I find a place that's right for me. Yeah. So take your time, Henry, to find a place, that's, you stay comfortable, and, and if you want to find a mate, find the right person, to live with the right place that you want to live. Yeah, that's one thing that, oh my God, it's just like I can feel, it's not feel. I can really tell there's a racist inside. There's a racist inside the U.S. embassy. Even though I'm still here in the Philippines, what if I go to the United States? Mm-mm.
But yeah, Henry, take some trips and look at different places, visit different places so that you have a good idea
Mhm.
of a good place.
Yeah. Don't stick on that one place. Explore. If you have time, go to other part of Visayas, part of Mindanao, but don't go in the on the Muslim area. Okay, just go in the on more on Christian.
Because the Philippines, I've been here before this time that I came and stayed. I had been here a few times, okay? And the Philippines is not the only country that I've been to. I've been to China, I've been all over Europe. There's very few places in Europe that I have not been in. So
Actually, okay, hold on, Frank. Hold on. Let me stop you for a while. For IC, if you're a Japanese passport holder, I think there's no problem going to the States, because they will allow you that. Or I think you don't need the visa going to the States if
yeah,
you're a.
she might now. I don't know. After 9/11,
Oh yeah.
changed a few things. So, but check into it and see. I know it used to be where if you had a Japanese passport, you could come straight into the United States. You didn't have to have a visa. It was because the only two Asian countries that were allowed to come into the United States was Japan and Taiwan. The only two Asian countries. And because usually, and I'm going to be honest, and I'm not being racist here, but when it came to the United States, no brown or black countries
Oh,
could just
by
come
the
in
way, Frank. Oh, okay. She's been there for multiple times. Oh, okay. That's good. I see. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's it's kind of a
Ah,
scary if
yeah.
you're gonna leave. Also, your neighbors. Oh, by the
No,
way,
just
um,
like anywhere, hold on, let me tell I see this. Just like anywhere, you need to know, okay, where you're moving to and what area within that city is a good area to live in, okay? Because I know it's just like that in Chicago. You've got some areas that I won't go in unless I'm carrying my pistol. Okay, I'm just being honest with you. Okay, then there's other areas that I could go into that I wouldn't even carry a pistol. They say like, okay, I live in South Shore along the lake. There's another lakefront area called Hyde Park. Okay, that's where President Obama used to live in Hyde Park. Okay, the University of Chicago is there. It's a nice area to live in. So you need to know these spots in these cities if you're going to go to a city where you can live. And even if you're going to live out in the country, you need to know what's going on. So make some visits before you think about moving there.
okay,
Okay.
Frank, let me answer this to Henry. So, there's a Clark Air Base that's in Pampanga, and then there's a Bellamore Air Base that's here in Metro Manila, and we're near in Bellamore Air Base, and that's in Pasay. But so many air base. That's the two big air base, that we have. Clark Air Base, and then Bellamore Air Base. That's Air Force, Philippine Air Force. I mean. And okay, this is I already remember, Frank, that uh for those who wants to find a place, make sure, guys, that you're far from the air base, from the what do you call that, the camp, military base.
Military
Mil-
installation.
yeah, military installation. So it reminds me, the Midway movie. It
Yeah.
reminds me that.
Well, the thing is, in any country that you move into, if there is a war, military bases are the first places that will be hit. And so you don't want to live right next to a military base. I'm sure that's why Lilibeth was telling you that.
Back in back in 80s, Air Force Base. That's the Clark. That's the Clark Air Force Base. That's in Pampanga, Henry. And there's a airport in Clark. Yeah, Clark. But there's that's the first. That's the Clark Air Force Base. That's the U.S. Air Force Base. That's Clark. That's in
Well,
Pampanga.
it used to be.
Yeah, it used to be. But we have our own Philippine Air Force base here in Villamor Air Base. Frank, when we go to Resort World, before
Yeah.
the Resort World, that's the Villamor Air Base. What do you mean that's it? The Clark? Yeah, that's the Clark Air Force Base. That's in Pampanga. I've been trying to remember the name of the base for a while now. Yeah, that's the Clark Air Base. Clark Air Base. I went to Clark Air Base. That's a huge air
That's
base in Pampanga.
that's where all of the guys from Vietnam, when they got ready to get some R and come to the Philippines, they would land at Clark.
Yeah, and the Clark Air Base, all the U.S. military, U.S. Air Force, they have their own barracks there. I mean, they have their own, their barracks is nice.
Am I telling my age by talking about Vietnam?
Well, it's still there, the Clark Air Force Base. They're still there. There's a golf course there inside. That's very nice. They have quarters for U.S. Air Force personnel. So we're gonna end up this 4 hours. So just we have 10 minutes left because I want to stop this for 4 hours. I can still lie about my age. Well, you know what, guys? It doesn't matter for the men that older than women, but we women is not our value. Once we getting older, like hit the wall, our value goes down. Okay, but men, it's not. The more they become older, their value will come up higher. I mean, higher.
Well, that's because as we get older, we have more money.
Yeah, because here's the thing, guys, that once a woman when hit the wall, the value it start, especially having a family, we can't give. There's a certain limit only that we can give a conceive a child. So once that women cannot conceive a child, their value goes down. As simple as that. Yeah, but when it comes to men, yeah, more money. That's true. Yeah, I'm gonna think about it. Vacation going to Thailand, Frank. So give me one day, one day. After all that puts in ice, give me one day, one day. My right at my right at 6 foot. So you mean I'm getting bigger? Wha- wha- wait, hold on. I don't really get what you mean, Henry. My right at 6 foot. So you mean I'm getting bigger? Uh, Explain me that, Frank. I don't really get it. What he mean?
Where are you at? I missed something.
Yeah, I want to
Oh,
go to Pattaya. But Frank, don't go with me in Pattaya. Just keep distance on me because I want to experience some.
now, Henry, you're not getting bigger because you're 6 foot, but your bank account should be getting bigger.
Well, you're 6 footer, Frank, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, don't worry about the height. You have to worry about your pocket. How big is your? Ah, Henry. I'm just kidding, Henry. And I will experience also. I want to eat the the legit, the authentic Thai food. Okay, and I want also. Uh, I don't use bank. What do you use? PayPal, credit card. Oh my god. Okay, Henry from Puts. Henry, the wallet can buy you a 4 inches more. For real. Now you're getting leg extension surgery.
Yeah, I read that. I saw that on YouTube.
Oh yeah, but that's scary. What if you might get infection for that?
Yeah, he spent 80K for that.
Oh, no need. If you have a big, big leg and long legged,
He didn't have to try. He didn't have to try to get leg extensions. If he got 80K in the bank to blow on something like that, I'm sure all he needed to do was post his bank book to his forehead, and he would have got all the women that he wanted to get.
You know what, guys? There's a thing that you don't have to go for the surgery for that leg. Okay, there's a toy that make your leg long. So, so
That's something that I've never done to try to impress somebody, and I've never wanted a woman to do something to her body to make her look different. Either you love a woman for who she is or leave her alone. Simple as that. And I feel the same way about men. Either you like the man for who he is or you don't.
yeah, just be honest. And once you're honest to a person, they will understand you. Because it's easy to fall in love. Especially when the person is honest. It's easy for you to what do you call that? My goodness, I'm getting old.
What the problem is everybody is looking for something. Men want young, beautiful women, and women want men who are tall, rich, and dark, tall, handsome, and what is it? Tall, handsome, tall, dark, and handsome. Yeah, tall, dark, and handsome. And then let me throw in for the Western women, well, all women, and money. No woman wants a man that has no money. Let's just be honest about it.
Well, for me, Frank, that kind of category or that tall, dark, and handsome, for me, never mind. Never mind. As long as I have you.
Oh, that sounds so sweet, but it's getting me.
Oh,
You don't want no broke man. You tell the truth. Woman wants a broke man, okay? And when I say broke, I really mean no money at all, okay? If a guy has a job, he's not broke, okay? Like the women in the West want to think that a man that makes $50,000 a year is broke.
well,
That's
I'm
not.
just, I'm just drizzle, Frank.
Yeah, that's a drizzle drizzle.
So, anything you want to add our discussion for today, Frank?
Uh, no, just remember if you're coming and you're going to buy to check out that site. It's My House Safe. Isn't that the name of it? You wrote it down, right?
Yeah, my house up.
Yeah, My House app, or is it My House Safe
No,
app?
no, 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 no. Oh my God, my home app. My home app. For those who
Okay,
wants to know if your if that place that you really want to build your house is that safe for a fault line, just check it out that app, my home app.
yeah, because that's the thing. You want to check out flood plains, places that flood. Uh, you want to make sure you don't get next to an active volcano. You want to make sure you don't move on a fault line or real close to a fault line because you may end up underground. So do your homework. That's all we're trying to say. Is just do your homework. Don't just jump up and come and do something without doing your homework to know what you're doing.
Yeah, do your homework and do the math.
Yeah.
That's the important thing that you can do, especially when you're planning to invest. So do your homework and do the math.
Yeah.
That's because kids today are playing games and computers. Yeah. And you know what, Henry, some kids they don't really experience, the games go outside the house. Just hide and seek, any kind of, American games or, Filipino traditional games. Some kids know it, especially now, I have lots of nephews and nieces. They don't know what kind of game is that. But when you ask them when it comes to games online, in the computer, and one of my niece and nephew, they're 5 years old. Oh my God, they're very good in click 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 on the computer, and I have no idea what the hell is this. How can I open this? And then they just, don't worry, Tita, I'm gonna click, click, click. Oh my God.
Children who don't go out and play end up not having good meet and deal skills. And to be successful in this world, you must have good meet and deal skills to be able to meet people, talk to people, and know how to blend in.
Yeah, even though Frank, now that there's new technology that, no, I don't really appreciate that. Yeah, it gave us easy for us, but I enjoy my childhood. When I play with my siblings, run as fast as I can, or natural games. So, and then like in school,
Yeah.
where when in grade school I memorized the multiplication table. Now, well, I still have do on my fingers. I'm good in that doing in my fingers. But now, there's a gadget, tick 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 tick, so people become lazy and become well, sorry my word, guys, they become dumb because
Uh, let me say this. This is something that is really terrible in the United States because I remember as a kid, we used to be able to play with toy guns. Okay. Oh, we had the Mattel shooting shell guns and air rifles, and come Christmas time, we would get new toys and stuff, and we would play Army Man and Cowboys and Robbers and stuff like that. Now you got police shooting kids with toy guns. It's just, it's just pitiful. Kids can't even play anymore.
yeah. Yeah, it's good to stay here, Frank, but we already reached the 4 hours. Oh my God, this is this
Yeah,
is I already 4 hours. So
so
okay,
yeah,
I
we
would.
got.
Okay, so would you like to say on the people on the live chat before we gonna go or close this?
I just want to say we love you all, and if you have any questions about today's topic, just put your questions down in the comments section, and if we could get back to you on something, we'll try to get back with you for those who was not in on the live.
Oh, TPJ, you're late. But anyway, thank you for visiting us. So yeah, for those on the live chat, of course, Henry, Poots, and Icy, Bruce, Bob, who else? Oh, Manny, thank you, and and the rest of the people, Tipidchi, okay, Philip, who else?
To say Bob.
Yeah, I already mentioned Bob. Yeah, okay. So guys, thank you so much, guys, for spending your time with us. So I hope that we can give you, for those on the live chat, we give you information that you can deal with it once you're plan to visit Philippines, and don't forget to give me thumbs up for that. Okay. So happy weekend and happy Sunday here in the Philippines. So, and of course, I would like to thank my producer, my floor, my floor
Yes,
director,
sir.
my co-host. What else? My well, I'm the director. My co-director. Oh my goodness. So yeah, thank you so much, Frank, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you. So guys, thank you so much, guys, and have a weekend to everyone. So for those ones to send me a message or question, just all you have to do, just go to my channel if you want something personal to ask on me. So just send me a message on my Gmail, or I have WhatsApp there. So yeah, you're very welcome to ask anything about me, or about things that you want to know here in the Philippines. So thank you so much, guys, and have a good day to everyone. Let's bye bye now, Frank. Bye. Jesus Christ. Oh, naunsa
Bye
to.
bye.
Bye.